Sorry about that. I was like, my mic isn't on. But as the usual goes, whether you're watching morning, afternoon, or evening, whether you're lurking or whether you're watching the VOD, I hope you're doing well today. Hope you're killing it, having a great time in life. Hello, hello, hello. And hi, Garlic. It's lovely to see you. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. I know we had a quick ad break too, so I wanted to wait till the ads are over before I jump back in. And then I just posted something on socials before I jumped on, but I have a few announcements to make, and then we're gonna get to our agenda for stuff. Um, just the segue since we're gonna co-work. The goal today is to co-work for about an hour, hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and do maybe an hour of Final Fantasy 14 before we wrap up for stream tonight. I just want to checking in some scheduling things that I wanted to do, and as well as off stream, I wanted to play some Eorzea tonight, as in Final Fantasy 14. We're in Eorzea, but you know what I'm trying to say essentially. So that's the game plan for today. I won't be back tomorrow for streams, but I will be back on Saturday for some fun times with friends, with more details being ironed out soon in terms of what that'll be like. At 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then on Sunday we're gonna play some Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, as well as again I will be over on Toku Tabletop, which I'll give a shout out for more Valor Rangers fun. So if you want to watch me, as well as some folks who are also in a Common Writer campaign, I hope you will go ahead and check it out. Go give it a follow. There are also VODs available if you can't be there for the live sessions, but I highly encourage you go check it out when and if you can. So yeah. Other than that, I am planning some collabs and then some events behind the scenes in regards to stuff over the next few weeks as we get closer to the end of the year. So I hope folks will look forward to that in terms of opportunities to just hang out, kick it, have some fun, as well as, be able to meet other amazing people that I get to game and have fun with and keep just doing things and just enjoying my time with folks who have gotten closer with over the last couple months to a year. And I have some announcements. So let me go ahead and do that. So first, I just dropped it on socials for folks who are following me on Blue Sky and or the app that is known as Twitter. But I just got my notification because I am goofy and I always apply to things and then I just, I get in, I get in. If I don't, I don't. I'm pleased to share that I got accepted into the Twitch Black Unity Guild today. So, for those of you who are Twitch streamers and everything, Twitch has these really cool opportunities for folks to join into different guilds and different communities based on interests, identity, and just different sections. I applied for the Black Unity Guild, I want to say around the time that I got affiliate status, and essentially just when I started making my moves on Twitch in regards to multi streaming. And now I'm here. So I just want to say shout out to the folks over at the Black Twitch Guild and the Black Unity Guild for the invitation. It's an honor and a privilege. I'm really, really excited. I see a lot of my mutuals who have been streaming in there already who are black. Shout out to my black folks, since there's a lot of concentric circles between the Black Unity Guild, the Brown Girl Gamer Code, and a lot of the groups I'm connected to. But it's an honor and privilege to know that I'm officially in the guild. So if you see me around in terms of shenanigans with that, I look forward to being able to hang out with folks, get to know people, and just to support other black streamers. That's my big thing is it's kind of funny that I was talking about this yesterday in regards to things, but I'm very much a community oriented person. I don't necessarily have to always be the leader. I don't mind doing that, but I definitely am opening back up to more opportunities and things now that I've kind of sat with myself a lot, especially this year in regards to like what I want to do, what makes sense, what type of relationships I want to be in, like what my future looks like in my 30s. And so I'm really, really excited to just kind of push the fold, meet other like makeup artists, fashionistas, build connections with all the folks who are also black in this space, and have a lot of fun. I also want to share too that one thing I'm thinking through as somebody who's getting more involved with lace making as well is that I'm getting more and more into the international lace community. I'm actually going to be probably in some way in leadership very soon, in terms of regional direction. So I live in a certain part of the world and looking forward to shadowing and doing things in regards to working with the organization to be able to have some fun when it comes to all types of like craft and lace making. So I'm hoping and looking forward to essentially being able to do a lot of that fun stuff. On stream, but also just talk about those things too. So I just wanted to be open and honest in regards to that as well. So I'm really, really excited in regards to what's ahead for me in my creative life. I It's funny enough, and then again we'll get into co-working and everything. We'll have a similar setup to yesterday, and I will test out the not only the task bot, but also I found my palette that I was talking about yesterday. So I'll be able to share that off in terms of ambitions. But essentially, your girl's moving and grooving. I'm very much at a point in my life where I've done a lot of really dope stuff on my own. I still look forward to doing that. But as I've told my friends in terms of like me wanting to date and like meet people, build friendships, like I'm just in a space in my life where I have really kind of locked in on what makes sense for me and what I will and will not put up with and what I will and will not be around anymore. And when I saw EJ's post, which again, for those of you who don't know, that's the voice actress slash singer behind Rumi's voice for K-pop Demon Hunters. One thing that she posted recently is that she commented on the fact that she has had a lot of ego deaths and that in her 30s, now that she has kind of hit it in regards to like getting Grammy nominated and stuff like that too, that she is really just more confident about what she wants to do and how she wants to kind of move forward in her life. And I really love that she said that her perspective is different from being in her 20s versus her 30s. And I know my audience is very diverse age wise, so please do not take this offensively if you are in your 20s. But I love that she clocked and said that she would not have been able to handle some of the stuff that she can handle now in her 20s had it happened versus her 30s. And I wholly agree because I think there's a way that you move through the world in your third decade of life than you do in your 20s. And that's why no shade to anybody in your 20s, but I get now at almost 33 why. One, exploring, figuring out your life, relationships, making mistakes, like I always say on streams, is so important. And sometimes in your 20s, you talk out the side of your neck because you don't know, excuse my language, what you're talking about. And you just don't because you're not old enough to have experienced some things to where you can speak to some stuff that when I see women and femmes who are seasoned, which is why I tend to follow like younger creatives, of course, respectfully, younger adults. But I also really listen to and really spend a lot of time with like women and femmes in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. There's a certain level of like becoming that happens as you age when you just are really about it, even with patriarchy and systems and things that are oppressive on folks who are feminine identified or woman identified or things like that. But it's just a level of rigor that I understood when she said it, because where I feel like at my like mid to late 20s, I maybe was like, okay, but now that I'm in my like early to mid 30s, I'm like, I see what she means. So all this to say, it's funny because when I was talking yesterday on stream, I literally pretty much just said like I'm just ready. Like I feel like I'm ready to do some stuff that I've always wanted to do. I feel like when I was younger, I wasn't ready to do it. Even though I thought about these things, and now that I'm in my 30s and some of these things are just like lining up, I'm like, that's that thing about time and age. Stuff happens when it's supposed to happen. If it's supposed to happen for you. Anyway, I know some folks might not like that. They're like, see, you're doing that thing people do where they're being like disrespectful to younger people. And it's like, no, I think being young and being very firm about what you're about is totally fine. It goes back to that conversation about like whether people want to get married or whether people want to be polyamorous or monogamous. Not to say like that's different in terms of like who you are in terms of your sexuality and gender and things like that. That's something that to me people know about themselves and are very and can. I know sexuality can be fluid, gender identity can be fluid. We don't do like weird anti-LGBTQ sentiments around here. That's obvious. It's more that thing of, I don't know how I put this. I think in general, sometimes age and time really does make a difference. And that sometimes things have to happen later in life because you're too young to get it. And sometimes it is about you being older and knowing yourself a lot more than if you said something in your early 20s or mid 20s. And I really understand that now in my 30s. And that's why like I'm just very it's wild, but I've also gotten better about picking myself back up quicker, and it's just having a clear head of like, don't get consumed by this thing. Or even what's going on in the world, I'm very much like, yes, the world is chaotic, it is crappy, and I don't like it. And I don't have to fall to the doomerism that I have noticed sometimes with my peers of saying like the world shit so nothing matters, and I'm like, I don't like that, because we can always make stuff better. And I've seen it throughout my life and in previous lifetimes from my like older black women and femmes and like people in my life who have passed on type things, where people have created differences to make the world a better place. So I personally don't like that very ego driven narcissism that can come sometimes manifest as us thinking we know everything when we really don't. And that's why it's coming from somebody who's had a lot of ego deaths, which is per what I was saying yesterday. Um, I'm just not arrogant enough to think never say never type vibes. I'm not. I don't have that much of an ego or a sense of self where I would never say I would never do something. Just like I would say like I'm very confident about some things. However, like life is still life. You still have to live it. I've been humbled so many times where I can't act like stuff couldn't change tomorrow, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. And I'm very clear about that too. So anyway, um, slight rant, but all to say, I'm excited to be in the Black Unity Guild. I'm excited about the International Lace Museum organization in terms of getting more involved. I'm looking forward to the other opportunities I've applied for, going back to school. There's just a lot of really good stuff on the horizon that I'm really, really excited for. So today, like I said, we're just going to be doing some co-working, and then after that, we're going to play a little bit of Final Fantasy 14. If we do get through some of the story, hopefully you'll get through a decent amount of it. If we don't, it's fine. I mean, Endwalker and the cutscenes are really long. But we'll see what we can do and then go from there. And then we'll wrap up stream because did stream for several hours yesterday. So we probably will do stream a little shorter today. But it's all goody and nutty. But anyway, let me go ahead and get us going. Just give me 1 second, everybody. I won't have Bongo Cat up today, but I think for shenanigans, I will pull up either Rusty's Retirement or Nano Neighbors. So just give me 1 second to do that. But I hope folks are doing well. I say these things not to, again, I don't say things from a place of, oh, I know everything. It's more of just like, I don't know a lot of things. So I'm always, as a scientist, I'm inquisitive, so I will do research and read and listen to people who've studied certain things and everything like that. And I also think that sometimes there's there's thinkings that are very like universal, that are funny, how they're very cliched, but they're kind of true. And I think one of the truths that I realize is that like some people do talk out the side of their neck because they have only been here for a little bit of time and they haven't lived to a degree. And that's why I think for the conversation I said yesterday about privileges and stuff, you can sometimes tell that those people just like, you just don't have any reference point of what you're saying right now. And you can only hope people unlearn or do their due diligence to unpack that a bit. So that's just me. It's not to lambast anybody. It's more like it behooves us all to always try to improve ourselves if we can and if we choose to. And that sometimes there are some truths that are like, yeah, this actually does make sense. And I don't know. It's some people, of course, who know astrology know like Saturn returns are a thing where from 27 to 30, you are going through so much change that this is no disrespect to anybody in their mid to late 20s, but if that is true, which I am now out of my Saturn return, the way I was thinking at 27, 28, 29 to me and my 30s is so vastly different. Not vastly in the sense of like I don't have some of the core foundations of me, but some of the stuff that I said that I'm like, oh, okay. You think that now. You think that now. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I know plenty of my mutuals and friends are in their 20s, so please do not take this as a slight against you. It's just that I get why, as I said on my socials, why my friends in their 30s and my other friends, we be looking people in their 20s like, I don't know. I don't think you know what you're talking about. You have not lived yet, and that is okay. That is okay. And it's, of course, I say that as somebody who also unfortunately had to like I mentioned before on stream, grow up a little bit earlier than most of my peers. But even me having some of those experiences, I still would say some of the stuff that I thought back in the day, even with some of like the traumas and the like death and disability I've dealt with earlier in life, I still would say like the wisdom that you get in your 30s is so much different than your 20s. So I really understand why people say like people act like, which is a good thing as humans that we can be around people who have similar lived experiences than us so we don't feel alone. And I think there is a thing where only time can truly make you a master of your craft and that you have to kind of like figure yourself out over time. And sometimes that's just not going to happen as young. So I know people don't want to hear that, but I just, for me, that's why I love the idea of being older because I just think like there's a certain level of wisdom that I'm like, I wouldn't have got that in my 20s. Also, the ads are coming, so as I get this set up, we will be back in a second for those of you who are not subbed. Let me see. Let me see. Do do do. And I haven't used Go yet. I know we're still in the ads, but I do actually want to try it out on stream. I just need to build my little place first before I do it. But for today, we're going to use Spirit City Lo-Fi sessions again. And then y'all know it's crafts, so gonna do that again. And like I said, I think I'll do maybe like an hour and 30 minutes instead today. So it's gonna be 30 minutes 3 times with 10-minute breaks each. And then yeah, I think we're gonna bring up Rusty's retirement to have that rocking around in the background. I kind of changed it up a little bit. Where is my good old, where's Rusty at on my Steam? For those of you who don't remember, I mentioned Rusty's retirement a long time ago, but it's another co-working game, or like it's like a little game you can have on the side of your screen on your computer. It's one of the earliest I think games I bought on Steam, or at least like got most of it. I feel like, but I could be wrong too. But it's really cute. So if you can get it up, I'll have it running in the background, or excuse me, below. If it doesn't, we'll just switch over to either On Together or Nano Neighbors. If you can get it to work. But before we do that, let me go ahead and switch the camera over. Give me 1 second, y'all, because I got to turn down the audio. There we go. All right. One more thing. Or actually a few more things. There we go. I was like, how do I zoom out just a wee bit so you can see the entire thing? Of course, y'all know me. I'm going to replay the same song at least twice. All right. Thank you so much for your patience as always. All right, let's see if it'll pop up. Oh. Huh. Shows up black. I might not be able to, actually. Yeah, it shows up black on here. My bad, y'all. Maybe not Rusty's retirement. I'm gonna have to figure out why that's doing that, but you know what? I'm going to do Nano Neighbor after all. And then today I'm gonna finish my pattern on stream, and then once we're done with that, we will go into 14. That's essentially my plan today. So okay, there we go. Do do do. Wait, what's going on? Okay, I was about to say, like, why isn't Nano Neighbor an option? And again, today's going to be a little scuffed too, by the way, because I am actually going to test out the task list widget again. Why is it not working? Okay, I was like, where is it coming up at? All right, there we go. Sorry about that. Thanks for your patience. You should be able to see my screen. Welcome to my hands again. You should primarily see just more of my little chocobos, a little bit of my like desk area over there. I have to clean up a little bit on my desk, and then my lace stuff. So oh my god. Yeah, move my little guy right here. I've been like moving my chocobos near my little thing that y'all been seeing. Probably gonna like rearrange my plushies every so often when it comes to stuff. And then what was I looking at? Oh my gosh. Is that who I think it is? Hello, hello, hello. Listen. First time stream. I mean chatting. Welcome in. Here, let me give you a shout out. One of my mutuals, you know, has decided to grace us with their presence. They're a really cool streamer that I actually appreciate that I didn't realize I wasn't already following. But if you aren't following Daiji Kobu Imaki, you should follow them. They're super cool. I like seeing them on the internets. But hi there. I apologize that I didn't say hi sooner. When people come by streams or like when I'm like setting up stuff, sometimes I'm not like looking in the chat or like I'm looking away and I completely miss things. So I deeply apologize. But y'all should go check it out. Y'all should go follow. You know, I have some really cool mutuals in the streamer space. So I'm always just happy to see folks come by with no expectations of anything, of course, in terms of things. But I just love like seeing people. So hi Dai. Hi Kinky, welcome in. But Dai, I'm doing good. It's lovely to see you. Thanks for coming by for the first time in chat and saying hi in stream. I hope you're doing well. I'm getting started doing some lace stuff and everything too, and just talking a little bit of some of the stuff that I'm looking forward to doing while setting up for everything. I'm still a little scuffed as I get my new setup and everything going, but we're going to be doing some lace work, so I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a nice one. I love seeing you around. So. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Daijobu Imaki. I said Daiji Kobu. That's that thing where Daijobu Imaki is different from Daiji Kobu. I have two friends who go by Dai, or two people I know in my spaces who go by Dai. And hi Kinky, welcome in. So apology Dai, I do not mean to say your name wrong. Me like doing 50 things and processing. I'm always getting like some of my friends have similar names, so because my dyslexia works the way it does, where sometimes like I'll either switch people's usernames or if they have a similar one to folks that I know who I interact with online or in person, sometimes I'll switch it up. So just like I tell people, thank you for your patience for me. It's just me and my brain processing and stuff like that. So that's why I don't make fun of people about it when they, you know, might say something or, you know, do something with me too, because I did the same thing too. Try to be patient about those teams in terms of how we all process differently. So yeah. But I hope you're doing well, Ginky. And if y'all aren't checking out Ginky either, you should go follow. So, yeah. Um, but yeah, like I was mentioning earlier, I just again I appreciated what was going on in terms of like uh what EJ was saying, because I think for me, I don't know what it is about like, so people have heard that thing where they say like your brain stops processing by the time your brain fully maturates when you're 25. That's actually not true. That's actually pseudoscience. In the sense of like, on average, a lot of people's brain starts maturing by the time they're in their mid to late 20s. But it really actually depends on like who you are as a person. So maybe for some people, like their brain stops developing, like fully maturates in terms of like its size and its function in their 30s, or even maybe in their 40s. We just don't know because humans are diverse like that. So it's funny to me when people say like, "Oh, I know exactly who I am at 30," and it's like, well, yeah, you know who you are up to that point. And in personality studies, they do research where like, um, people have a pretty good idea of who they are by the time they're in their 30s. But I'm gonna be real with you, like that's more about your personality and not who you actually are, because we're always changing and growing and adapting. That's what anthropology and sociology often talks about. So like you can still have your core sense of self and everything. And I'm not saying if you know who you are and you're confident in that you won't still consistently be that person. But it's more like, again, this is gonna sound bad. People often get upset when they're like, I know everything I'm gonna do now in my 30s, 20s, and I'm like, no, you don't. You have not lived yet. You're too young to know that. How would you know? You're 25. Which is why I think, because of the proliferation of the times that we're in, where people are very much like speed running their millstones in their 20s, because a social consequence, like I often talk about with like COVID and everything else in this decade, and like what's going on in Sudan and Congo and everything else, is that people are really trying to grow up too fast and are missing those vital millstones, when there's actually research that shows, especially for those of us out in the West, that we're actually in this time period of growth that's called emerging adulthood, where a lot of millennials and Gen Z are actually reaching those societal millstones of like getting married, maybe having some kids, or figuring out what our purpose and meaning is over a longer stretch of adulthood that hasn't happened historically, because there hasn't been a lot of like, laws and policies that give people the time to like go to work, live with family, not have kids immediately because of like societal structures. So on the one hand, like I know people feel like it, that people are trying to speed run stuff, but scientifically wise, in terms of data, that's not actually the truth. Which is why that I think a consequence of that is you hear a lot of people saying millennials, we don't ever grow up. But to me, I'm like, well, that's not really true. Most people around the world collectively, because of what's happened with like infectious diseases and stuff, their mortality is making them feel like if they don't do something now, they're not going to have their whole life, which is, I mean, yes, stuff does happen. And I'm not ignoring like global atrocities that are going on right now in terms of shenanigans. But I guess if you have the privilege to be able to be in a space where you can spend a lot of time thinking about stuff, at least to me, having that privilege to be able to not speed run your life where you have to find your calling by 25-20 is wild to me, because at least for me, a lot of my mentors and a lot of the people in my life who are much older didn't really hit their stride till they were in their 40s and 50s. And that's if whether they got married, had kids or not, like they really did their thing as they aged, and over time, like their younger like ambitions and things really help them out in terms of like like getting the foundations of what they needed. But again, going back to that astrology thing, like I think your mid to late 20s beats you up a lot, where you start to really know yourself. But I also think that, at least for me, and again, I'm speaking to this as somebody who is like going to be 33 next year. I didn't really feel like what happened to me at 27, 28, 29 made sense until this year. And hi, Mac. Welcome, man. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's lovely to see you. I hope you've been taken care. I still actually got to hit you up, too, because I still have to get you Ascend, by the way. So please don't let me forget that, of course. So, but I hope you're doing well today. I'm just yammering because, like, I've had some very funny conversations with people in their 20s, and I'm looking at them like, okay, I see now. I don't know why my brain clicked it in where it's like, fam, I get what they mean when it's like, your 20s are chaotic as shit and your 30s are very clarifying. So I'm not in that space where I'm saying stuff at the side of my neck as I would have probably in my 20s. And it's not to say that I know when I said yesterday when I was, I'm doing fine. Yes, this past week was super busy. Now I'm able to relax a bit. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're taking care and like can relax a little bit. That's how I felt for me too. September, October were really wild and a lot of stuff popped off. And then like, I feel like I'm now in a downhill slope and everything. So I hope you're doing well. I'm going to finish this Lace project on stream and then I'm going to play Final Fantasy 14 in about an hour and a half. So. And then I'm also going to test out this widget, like I said, too. So, as I'm yammering and stuff. So, this stream's going to be a little scuffed. But again, I hope you are doing well. Let me change the music. Ugh. That might not be a popular opinion to say, but, I mean, I don't know. It's that reason why, like I mentioned, I might have mentioned it on streams before, where like I have never been the type of person to say I wanted to get older. I was more so of somebody who, even as a kid, I said I just want to enjoy where I'm at right now, and I don't want to speed run to a specific age. Because when I was a kid, a lot of my peers would be like, I can't wait to be an adult. And I'm like, I don't want to be an adult. Like, they're paying bills and doing stressful stuff. Why would I want to do that? And even when I was doing my emo, like, phase when I was younger, not even emo phase, but, like, you know, being a scene kid and enjoying being a 90s kid, even when I was 15, 16, I was like, I'm just going to enjoy high school at the core ethos of it. Because, like, fuck, I don't want to go to college immediately. And then when I was in college, I was like, all right, this is stressful. I'm excited. There's so much pressure and anxiety, of course, about my future, but I'm going to enjoy my 4 years and know that like what I decide to do in college may not be my end all be all of what I end up doing. And as somebody who said it yesterday on stream, I can tell you, I wanted to be a doctor in college and I'm not a doctor in my 30s. So I'm not upset about that, but I still lived my life where I realized I really liked inquiry and science, but I'm not upset that I didn't become a physician. So that's why, even though I say what I say, I often caveat that with like, you don't see me talking out the side of my neck. Because I just don't. Sometimes I have. I will admit that. I'm not perfect, but I just try to balance. And for those of you who aren't subbed, you're going to get an ad soon. Pretty sure. Hell, I can say, going again on my rant from yesterday, for those of you who here but those who weren't, if you told me, so I'm 32. 5 years ago, I would have been 27. If you told me at 27 years old that I would have learned lace bobbing, I would have looked at you like you was wilding out. I had no concept of that at 27. 5 years before that, I would have been 22. If you had told me I would have went into public health, I probably looked at you like you was a little bit wild. Well, actually, 22, I did get introduced to public health, but if you had told me some of the stuff I could do with a public health degree, I would have looked at you like you was wilding out. 5 years before then, 22, I would have been like 17. I had no concept of being a scientist outside of like some of the things I did get exposed to, but a lot of stuff I was not aware of. So that's what I mean when it's like, yes, know yourself, talk to yourself, figure out what works for you, but like please don't like welcome back from the ads. I'm just going on my rant. Like, know yourself and explore so you know what you're about, but also always be open-minded that you don't know as much as you think you do. And that maybe one thing you didn't think you'd actually do, you'd end up doing, and one thing you thought you'd do for the rest of your life, you might. I don't know. That's just how my life has been. Like, I get people who are like, well, see, I wanted to know when I was 5 that I wanted to be a doctor, and I went to do that at 25, and now that I'm in my 30s, I own my own practice, so you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, that's great. Nothing wrong with that. That's just not my life, and I can't relate to that. I just can't, fundamentally speaking. And I hope that doesn't feel bad to people for me to say that. I just can't relate to that. And so I'm not going to tell you not to do that if you are very clear on if you're very clear about like what you're about and who you want to be in life. Like cool, but for me, my life has been a constant process of change and just going with the flow and following what feels right for me. And even though I get caught up sometimes, it's also recognizing that like, yeah, I can make a lot of really good decisions in my 20s that are going to set me up for my 30s, and the same for my 30s to my 40s, but I still have to live my life because you just never know who's going to come in your life, change your trajectory, or what thing you might think you might want to do, and then someone introduces you to something else, and then you end up doing it. Like, I'm not kidding when I say, like, I had no idea you could be a lace maker until years ago, and the reason why I ended up where I'm at is because, like, I dead ass just watched a YouTube video, and I was like, this is cool as shit, how do I do this? And then now I'm here, part of the International Lace Organization, shadowing people to be directors of stuff. I just think that's so funny to me. Sorry, I was looking at something. Either way, like, I'm glad I let life guide me along with being true to myself so far. And also, I'm glad for all this stuff I went through. So where, as EJ was saying in her post or interview of ego death, that I've been through the ego deaths that I've been through. They have very much helped me out. I don't have the same level of, like, thinking that I do now. But again, that's just my opinion. If it doesn't resonate, if it doesn't apply, let it fly, as they say. Let me see if I did the winky edge right. Do cross stitch slash pin, extra twist on the outside pair of cross stitch. Okay, got it. So I was like, am I doing this right? Yes, I am. Yay. And I imagine there'll be times in life where I'll get humbled and I'm not upset about it. Sometimes you will be humbled. You will have to learn. There's things that I still need to do and figure out for myself. So I'm very just honored and privileged to do the stuff that I do. Like I always say on stream, and that's never going to change. Because it doesn't have to be me. And like I know other people could potentially have been in the positions that I have been. And so that's why I'm very much like I don't have any arrogance in that way. Not at all. I might have confidence, but I'm not like arrogant in that way. So I think you can still have a healthy sense of self and not like, do the absolute most, if that makes sense. All right, let me see. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Sorry, y'all saw me tighten. I was like, that's not working the way I wanted it to. And then for Final Fantasy XIV, I do have some friends who wanted to do some of the Endwalker content, so I might do some of it today, and then if we get to like the actual last fight, I'll save that for another stream. But my goal hopefully is to get through all of Endwalker into post Endwalker by this month, if not into December, because I'm hoping what'll happen is by the time we get to December, I will be able to do what is it? I will be able to do Dawn Trail, excuse me. I was thinking about the expansion in my mind. I was like, what am I talking about? But yeah, hopefully do Dawn Trail. I will see too if there's any dungeons or things that I'm missing in particular that I want to do. I know, like I said, I've talked about Pilgrim's Traverse, which is the deep dungeon you can do after Endwalker. But after that, there might be some things, side stuff we can do content-wise. And then, you know, I don't want to speed run through Dawn Trail because I know FanFest is next year, which for those of you who got tickets to go, congratulations if you did for the lottery system. I know some people did, some people didn't. But I hope for those who wanted to go, you got tickets to be able to go. Like I made the decision, I will not be going. I do hope to go to a FanFest in the future. I just am not going to this one. So, but they should have some really cool like merch and stuff. So, we'll see in the future. It'll give me time to make some of my outfits. Specifically want to make my White Mage fit and my Astrologian fit. So we'll see. Give me a little bit of time for the next expansion to do that. Maybe I can debut that at a con too. That'd be fun. Alright. Anyway. No. I've gotten better about like not getting my stuff caught, but I have to make sure. Like pretty much I've gotten better at my bobbins where I extend them a little bit to where I don't lose like thread, but I still gotta do some maintenance every time I do it though. Yep, so I need to extend this again. As the year wraps up, though, I am getting ready to send out Secret Santa gifts and everything to people. So I'm really excited about that because I, every year, like I mentioned, I usually do a stationary Secret Santa and I do like a black nerd group that I'm a part of and have been for... Wait, how long have I been a part of that group? It's at least been like 7 years. We do a big Christmas exchange. The stationary group is newer, but I usually get an advent calendar, and then I also do the stationary group. So I'm really excited, as well as I do want to send people cards. But as I tell people every year, usually if I don't get their gift in by that year, because there's so much stuff going on, I usually package their stuff and send it to them between now and February. So excited to get back to making folks gifts. Because I be goober. Alright. Let's see. Because last year for Secret Santa, I got some really cool stationery for my Secret Santa. And then I also was able to... I got the Castlevania Blu-ray disc from my Secret Santa. So I have Nocturne to my Secret Santa from last year, which was really nice from the Black Nerd group. So this year, I kind of kept the same in terms of like things I'm open to. A lot more like pop mark stuff and more crafts things, but I think that's because, as y'all can see, I love lace making. So let's see. Oh, wrong way. Oh. Let's not do that. I still feel like I'm trying to rest as much as possible, but I know I'm going to be speed running right into stuff. I have orientation for class in a couple of weeks, I'm assuming, and then I start first week of January, so I'm giving myself as much time right now to just adjust, clear out some things, and just kind of, I don't want to say close some cycles, but maybe it can be seen as that a little bit. I've extensively yammered about that for the last couple of streams. Okay, I think that's the chime for the first 30 minutes. So, if you're kicking it with me, please use the break along with the ads to take care of yourself. I actually might do too is test out for the widget that I'm using for stream to see if it works really quick. If it doesn't, I'll fix it. Y'all know me, it'll be done over time, but if it works, that's great. We love when things work. I am gonna adjust the UI and some of the like style of it, but we'll see. Let me try it out in the Twitch cat right now. My thing is being goofy. I don't know if this will work, but I'm gonna try it. Okay, it does. Okay, so just as a heads up, and I will do this for today because I'll have to fix it on, I will put the instructions of this in my Twitch profile, but for those of you who want to do some co-working with me going forward, again, shout out to Pinecone folks, I got this to work where others use this widget too. If you'd like to do tasks with me while I'm doing lace and stuff, I do believe the command is !add or task. So, you're welcome to join me in my shenanigans, but respectfully, if you just want to lurk and listen or jam out some music, as always, please feel free to do that. There's no pressure to do anything but what makes sense for you. Let me sit down for a second during the break and just actually, I will pin a message in the chat for now regarding like the different commands you can use with them, but I will update this. I do want to have pop-up widgets on my streams to be able to help folks like use stuff for accessibility purposes. So thank you for your patience as I try to like fiddle with things and like make it work. So yeah, as I try to stay away from certain widgets and commands and everything too. So yeah. Let me type this out really quick. I'll do this on the break. Give me time to sit down for a second. Okay, and I just looked at my pattern where I'm like, don't forget where you are. See, I will do that. It'll set me up for failure. And then I did actually download and finally try out Zenless Zone Zero. I'm not even gonna hold you. As much as I'm never really going to be a full gotcha game person, even though I say that, and I'm excited about the fact that I did get the card for Zane for Love and Deep Space, so I'm excited about that. I still want like Raphael and Silas, but I don't know if I'll be able to get them before the idol stuff ends. So I wish I was baller like that, but I'm not. So but Zinland's combat system is actually a lot of fun. And I think that's the same thing with like Withering Waves and a few games that I do want to actually try out, is that the combat systems are actually really interesting, since along with like reading books and getting back into that, I do want to actually like play games that are fun in terms of their battle systems. If a game isn't like, if it doesn't entice me in that way, I typically won't play it, because that's just how that works in my mind. Okay, I think I have almost all of them. I actually was gonna have I'll pin a message to say like the task widget might be a little finicky, but I'm actually gonna put this as a Nightbot command as I still mix it up and everything going. So again, thank you for your patience. I said my co-working streams would be like me being scuffy, but for those of you who were here like years ago, this is not new. I'm based at Millstone where I got stuff to work finally, but I credit to the fact that I took my Python classes here. So that's why I said, if you told me years ago I would have learned anything around Python, I would have looked at you like you were wilding out. Because ain't no way. And I've learned I do not like coding. I am not a coder. I'll do it in terms of like, again, a purpose for me to do it, but it's not for me. Also, an ad is coming by for those of you who are not subbed. Just a heads up. Oh. Wait, is my not bot in not oh. Oh, that's why it didn't take me to my thing. I'm on the wrong type of browser for that. There we go. All right. So there's now a new Nightbot command. I'll keep editing that. For those of you who want to like actually like co-work with me, you can use the commands as well in the chat. Welcome back from the ads. I essentially just programming it a little bit. I'm hoping to use some of my Python skills to program some other things for streams, but I knew that would come over time once I actually processed being able to take my class and learning how to do technology. I know people act like, again, like I said yesterday, they act like I'm completely just obtuse and I don't know what I'm doing, but eventually I'll get it. And when I get it, I get it. So, but okay. I'm going to get back up and I'm going to finish this pattern. The Nightbound command is going to be running every 10 minutes for accessibility purposes. So again, if you would like to join me for co-working, you can use that. I will fiddle with it a little bit, and then of course I'll be using it as well. But no pressure if you, again, do not want to. You do not ever have to feel like you need to talk during my streams. I don't have any issue with people being silent and just being here and listening to me yammer, or just, looking at the conversation in the chat. Just whatever feels comfortable for you, come as you are. That's my big thing. And if you want to say hi and then leave, it's cool. If you're going to stay the entire time, that's cool too. Whatever works. No pressure. I know this year was very heady for me in the sense of, like, instead of my usual, I was very much thinking a lot about various things and learning how to depend on myself a little bit, and then being able to redirect a lot of my energy and just being honest about, like, what I don't have capacity for anymore and what I do. And I think that was valuable, to where I feel like 2026 is a year where I still think it's going to be chaotic, as people are saying, but I feel a lot more grounded in myself than I was even earlier this year, which is really saying something to me, where I don't feel like when things don't work out, I'm as jarred. I'm more like, okay, this is my new reality. What do I do with this? Do I really need to be upset for long for this? Should I put a timeline on my feelings? And not to rush my emotions, because I will tell you, don't do that. But more so just being like, sometimes I like I was telling my sister, sometimes I'm just like, girl, get up. Like, what are you doing? Why are you upset about this thing? Let it go. Can't change anything about it, so cry about it now. And then tomorrow, start anew. It's new information. I knew this wasn't Titan. That was a chime for the first the break is over. So for those of you who want to co-work with me, in our next 30-minute sprint. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Winky edge, winky edge, winky edge. And I say this recognizing, like, there's an immense amount of privilege in having stability. I know that, to me, the first part of my life, which I've talked about a little bit, but I know I mainly keep private because, as y'all know, and I've said, I will not bring my family or people on streams and stuff. And I'm very a private person. Like, the first half of my life was a lot more chaotic than where I am right now. So that's why I say, with the caveat that, like, it is a privilege to have calm and peace if you don't have it. It really is. And if you're going through a lot of stuff that is heading back to back, I wish you the best and everything, and I hope it settles down for you. I know for me, like, God, it was like a good 15, 20 years of chaos. And then, at least for me, in terms of, like, the, again, using the astrology of it, like, my life didn't calm down until, like, honestly, the last, like, this decade. Which is ironic when I say that, because people are like, well, see, everything's wild now. I'm like, yeah. But my life has been so much more calm throughout the chaos. I almost feel like, as much as I went through what I went through when I was younger, it has helped me be very anchored in myself as an adult. Which I can't, because a lot of, like I said, a lot of the people I was around had very privileged lives. And even though, again, I have my privileges, I just have some that I don't, where I'm like, I don't have that luxury, and I never have. So I'm very preventative for a lot of different reasons, obviously, and I ask questions of the world for a reason. But, like, I think that's partly why when people ask, like, how are you so anchored, I'm like, well, I've had to. Like, when you are in environments or places or spaces where, maybe you don't know where your next meal is coming, or maybe somebody you love is really sick, like, you don't have the luxury to do certain things, and you think differently than if you're just worrying about going to class or, going to work. And I don't think people get that until like they get much older. And then they go, shit, I didn't think it was bad. I'm like, well, yeah. That's the thing. You didn't have to. And just be grateful you didn't have to. But for those of us who have to, it's a different conversation piece. Which is why I tell people, like, I choose me because I care about my peace. Eproc, is that you? Welcome in. I love this emote. It's so cute. Welcome in, though. I hope you're doing well. It's lovely to see you. I'm currently yammering and talking about stuff as I get some things done for stream. I'm finishing up this pattern before I play Final Fantasy XIV, but I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Oh, wait. I don't think I did that right. Sorry. Saying hi and, like... making sure I... hold on. Pretty sure I twisted this. Yeah. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I have been trying to be... I've been doing this thing this winter and fall season where, like, at night my brain starts thinking about stuff. So I came to some more realizations last night and got emotional about it. And then this morning I woke up to some really good, like, news that I was really excited about. And then I explained earlier, I got accepted into the Twitch Black Unity Guild. So I'm really proud of myself and excited, but also really grateful. And nice. Let's go check-ins. Other than that, I can't complain. I hope you're doing well. It's lovely to see you. So now I'm just chilling out, thinking about stuff, trying to get my schedule right for the stuff I'm going to be doing next year, and, like, just doing some lace before I play Final Fantasy XIV. But I hope you're doing well. I hope your Thursday is going well. Alright, I think I will move these over here. I'm gonna have to tighten these up a little bit, but for now, let me do the other side so I can finish the motif. And like I said, we'll finish this before we play 14, for sure. Yeah, I'm just chilling today and did lots of drinking last night. Oh, got you. I'm assuming, like, it was at a party, or you just felt like you wanted some alcohol? Wanted some dranky drink? Sorry, Friday over here, see? Yeah, well, that's fair. Some people like to drink on Thursdays. I'm just saying. But that is true. That is true. Those of you already in the, another time zone is not the East Coast. You're already in your Friday, and you're just chilling out having fun. But again, some people like to have a little drink on Thursdays. They're like Friday ween. No, I'm just saying, like, it's morning after. That's true in terms of time zones versus so. That's true. I do remember these things where, like, most people who watch me are West and East Coasters. Some people watch me in other countries. I do have some folks from Asia. But I think I'm on this thing where, like, half of y'all in my mind are in the morning, afternoon, and the next day, and then the rest of y'all are, like, out 3 or 4 hours behind me. But no, I get you, Eproc. You're fine. You're fine. You're in Japan right now. Okay, that gives me perspective. Thank you so much, then. Oh, yeah, then. Yeah, it's very much, like, let me see. Time zones in my brain. $9 a.m. Gotcha, yeah. Because I was trying to think about it from the sense of, like, when I was in Seoul, what threw me off is that Seoul is usually, like, in Korea, I think it would be, let me see. That was the hardest time zone shift for me. Yeah, Korea is 14 hours ahead. And then, yeah, I know, Mac, you're in Mexico at 6 p.m. and then Japan it's 9 o'clock. So it's the morning here while it's like afternoon. It's like late evening for us, or early evening for us in the East Coast. Gotcha. So yeah, it's that thing. But again, I hope the drinking was fun. Hope you're able to, I hope there's no hangover or anything, because most of the people I know who like to drink alcohol, and for context, I don't drink. I just have a lot of friends who do enjoy sometimes. They don't get drunk. They're just like, I wanted a taste and now I'm here. Chilling. I don't know what it is. Like, they don't get drunk. They don't get any, like, sickness. They're just like, I had, like, a vodka and rum and I'm okay. Nah, I don't get ever hungover that bad. Got you. Yeah, that's how my best friend is. Like, she loves, her favorite drink is vodka and rum, and she does not get drunk. She just gets annoyed. She's like, this doesn't do anything for me. But But yeah, she's the same way. So that's what I'm saying. I'm hearing people having fun, of course, in the safety of their own home. And again, I am pro. Do whatever vice or thing you want to do, as long as you're around safe people and you get home safely and it's not hurting you. I don't have an issue with it. Smoke, drink, that does not bother me. I technically would be considered, I guess, straight lace, where like I don't drink, smoke, or do any recreational drugs. But I've always had people in my life who have like the things they use, and it doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. So. You toast with a nice shot of orange juice. Yeah, I'm that friend who was either the designated driver to make sure all my friends were okay, or I was also the friend that like would go to parties and just dance and like pump up the music and DJ. I was fine with that. It didn't ever bother me. Everybody deserves to have fun in their own way, and I had no problem with it ever. Some people made it an issue, but then I'd be like, you're being weird because I didn't say anything about you doing anything that you want to do in a party. It's a party. I just want to be cute and dance and, be hype woman. And then, Mac, to answer your question, I did not. So when I posted my thing on socials, for context, I have my Zenless Zone Zero jacket since I love Jane Doe, the character. So it reminded me that I want to get a motorcycle license because I do actually want to be able to drive mopeds and stuff like that and everything. I don't know if I'll actually get a motorcycle, and this is what I mean about, like, I've thought about this since I was a kid, but because of like how dangerous motorcycles are, and like some of my family members have had motorcycle accidents, I don't know if I'll actually get a motorcycle, except for to maybe get my license and then maybe like drive one around in like a small confined area, or do like road it's like motorbikes or whatever instead, because I don't want to put myself in harm's way potentially, because I'm tiny. And they don't make motorcycles for tiny, petite people like me. So, anyway, yeah, I haven't yet, but hopefully, if I can find like one of the motorcycles I've been looking at, I do want to drive one. I want to be able to drive one at least. But yeah, it was a big party last night for something. That sounds cool. I'm glad you had fun. A lot of people are able to have parties safely and just do their thing, type of vibe. I'm here for it. Oh, I yammered too much. Now I'm going to redo this because if I mess up this pattern, that would not be good. Let's see. I hope Japan's been treating you well. I haven't been to Japan. I've only been to Korea. And as people know the story of how I ended up going to Seoul with my sister because she won tickets to a BTS concert. That was completely out of pocket. I would like to go back though. Would like to go back for various reasons to Asia. In a respectful way, not in that like causing mayhem type of way, but like well, it's a conversation that I thought was interesting. It's one of my mutuals and everything, where like I do like to explore my environments. I do think it's a privilege to be able to travel by plane. I have family and loved ones who have never traveled at all. They have never left their hometown because they just can't afford to, and have never had the ability to. So the times I've been really grateful, and I would love to go travel, but also really try to like focus on being here too. So I just think it's cool, and I'd love to hear more, Eprek, in terms of like the trip and everything, how it's been going for you and stuff too in Japan. I think I had some other friends who've been to Asia for some trips, as well as I know some of my friends have moved over to the Philippines. Well, not the Philippines. What am I thinking of? I have some friends who've moved over to various parts of Asia over the last like few years and stuff. Like I know I have one friend who she just recently had a baby. And she moved over there recently. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you've been over there for a minute. You're in the military? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I still like to hear people's perspectives though, in terms of like, has anything changed in the last year or two? But that's also my goofy thing with some of my some of the people I know who aren't in the States anymore, who've been living abroad. Like I have my sister's friend, for example. He's also, I think, in comics. He's been over in Japan for a while too. I think with his wife. I think he moved over there for a minute. And the ads are coming if you aren't subbed, so I mean, I like it over here. That's what's up, though. Okay. Let's see. I'll respond when the ads come back so everybody is subbed. Doo doo. I need more. Okay. Sorry, I need more needles, and my brain's like, alright, they're right there. Okay. I think these are. Oh, wait, they're not. Never mind. I've got to. Oh, shoot. Hold on. All right, welcome back from the ads. I was just commenting because EPROC is based in Japan right now because they're in the military. And I was just saying, like, I think of people's perspectives of places, even if they've been there for like a trip or if they're staying over there. So apologies in terms of like, I try to keep an inventory of where people are in the world because again, not everybody who watches me or or interacts or talks to me is in the States. I know a lot of people are, but I know there's people who are like in Latin America, South America, and then in Asia, and also like in Europe and stuff too. Because I pay attention like that. Oh, is that Snaps? Welcome in. It's lovely to see you. And as y'all see, my commands are working, which is so sexy. I love when technology works with me when it wants to. But yes, y'all should go follow Snaps. They're a part of Brown Girl Gamer Code. They're really awesome streamers playing paladins that I got to, raid into and everything. But if you're looking for another person to follow, because Brown Girl Gamer Code is all about, a community of women and femmes being awesome, you should go check it out. I'm just saying. You'll have a good time. Yes, we love a second command that actually works. Because Snaps, I've been having so many issues. I've been having so many issues with my Mix It Up. I still have issues with my bot, but right now, some of it is working. Except for when I got jump scared yesterday when folks heard Quad City DJs and Samus at the same time. But we fixed it, so it won't happen again. But welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I am finishing up my pattern talking about, like, we were on the conversation of, like, locations in the world, because I have friends all over. I have some folks who were in Asia. They do those programs people do where they teach abroad for a while and then they come back. I do have some friends, or through my sister, through her network, they are currently like abroad. They're not planning to come back to the States. And then I have some friends who they just started their little families and they're just leaving, given the social political environment we're in right now, which I don't blame them for if they can afford to, which is a privilege. But they're leaving, so. But yeah, that's essentially it. And like, it's interesting to get different perspectives, particularly because like a lot of my community, and hi Mick, welcome in, just yammering about travel and stuff. A lot of my community is people would recognize. It's like Black, Indigenous, people of color, folks with disabilities, LGBTQ and everything else. So yeah, type of thing. But yeah. So it's just interesting to get people's perspectives on like things and where they're at in the world. You're well, but you're working. Oh, I'm so sorry. I believe in you, Snaps. You got this. You got this. Capitalism. Unfortunately, capitalism, where you have to work. Hope the workday hasn't been too bad for you, though. I know today for me, it's in the evening. I've been mainly chilling and doing stuff, but I have to run some errands and I go to some appointments tomorrow. And Even though I'm technically transitioning into school, I'm trying to get back to a routine to a degree. I technically have, but it's a different type of thing when like you the stuff that's been going on behind the scenes. But I believe in you got this in terms of work. So another big thing they tell you for PhD programs is that like it's going to be like drinking from a fire hose, which sounds like a dramatic thing to say, but it's kind of true with the knowledge that you'll get. And I am trying to narrow down in my mind's eye a little bit of like what I want to study. Like I know the general area I'm going into, but it's a different thing when you know what you actually want to study. So that's kind of a lot of where I'm at right now. Where I think in undergrad I had an idea, but I switched majors in grad school. I had an idea. I was pretty clear and I was consistent, but I still niched down. And then, like, now in my DRP program, there's so much I could do. I just need to figure out, like, what my dissertation will be. But that's what the first 2 years of coursework are. You build your foundation with courses, which is why I'm a doctoral student, and then you do dissertation after. So we'll see what happens. Hi Toko, welcome in. As always, y'all, please go follow all my friends and mutuals. As you can see, my action groups and Mix It Up are working to where people are getting their shout outs now, which is sexy. I love it. But y'all should go follow Toko. They're super cool. They do great art and amazingness. So, but welcome in. Hope you're doing well. And EPRAC, I think, thankfully, work gives us that jump scares me. Really? I hope not. But I apologize for jump scaring you. Gives us off the specific big parties. I don't have work today. Nice. I'm glad you got off work. I love when like jobs are like, y'all go home, enjoy your weekend. I mean, I'm all for the 3 to 4 day work week though, to be honest with you. Like I genuinely am here for just like work. Well, I don't want to say work-life balance, but I genuinely think it'd be better if we would just lean into like people can work from home and also people can just literally just work 2 or 3 days out the week and still live and survive and have fun. And people can nap, like people have siestas, as people know, where they just like take I think it's that thing where people in different countries, not just siestas, but people like depending on where you're from, have like different work cultures. And I like the philosophies more of like really prioritizing the human, where you can take a nap, go get lunch. You're encouraged to like meet people and have a life outside of your job. But I live in the States where we don't do that. Very ableist over here, so or we don't do that type of thing. We could, but you know, individualism and the entrenched isms that are in the West or Turtle Island are very fun. They're not, but I'm just being goober. But Toggle, I hope you're doing well. I'm just trying to finish up this pattern a little bit. As I figure out where I'm going with this. What was I trying to do? I wish we can have a life. Maya's getting to the point of causing me stress. I'm sorry to hear that. And that's been the common thing for a lot of people that I know right now, where like they're working a job that's not fulfilling. So I'm grateful for my friends who have jobs where like they're able to be fulfilled. And again, it's just my thing of going to school with classmates who are like physicians now, doctors, scientists, professors. Some of them are business owners or do nonprofit work in a scientific way, but there's also a lot of my mutuals and friends, unfortunately, who have jobs that just don't let them live, which sucks. So I hope the stress eases up for you and like, you know, yeah, I wish more of us could have like an actual life outside of just work. Because I like how people say it, where people, unfortunately, in the West, work to live instead of living to work, which sucks. It's not cool. But can you tell I've studied health systems and health economics, where I'm like, late stage capitalism is not conducive to health equity type vibes, speaking for myself and everybody else type things? Isn't it obvious why I talk about that stuff a lot? Kind of vibes. So, if you want a rabbit hole dissertation on like that type of stuff, I will talk your head off. It's interesting. And yes, I'm just saying. And I appreciate you with the stream streak, Toko, but I am not a fan of things that are not conducive to humans and our planet being better than it could be. But that is just me. I'm very pro collectivity. Um, and I have, of course, my social political views, if it isn't obvious. Like, I think it's really important, even though I'm not a political streamer by any means, but I do think that people should have a politic. They should know. They should know what they should be engaged in these things. But that's just me in terms of believing that as a millennial, or even just in general now at my age. And I've been like this since I was younger. Like, being aware and informed of systems and learning is important. But that's just me. It's part of my ethos. I think people like to talk about stuff that they're not aware of. Like, when I talk about the fact that I'm a behavioral scientist, so I know a lot about psychology and like human, like the brain, because I've studied it. So when I talk about like therapy and like counseling and like culture and those types of things, it's coming from like a place of working with folks in those areas, and also having been the privilege of working with people in different communities. But you know, what do I know, kind of thing. What you're making? So I'm doing a torch and lace sampler, which is essentially this bookmark like shape. All year, and essentially for my craft streams, I have been practicing doing different lace patterns, because the goal is for me to keep doing these two particular as well as other ones to do my basic stitches, so I can do more complicated fancy things like make scarves. And my ultimate goal is to be professionally certified in torch and lace, to where I can actually make like clothes, or you know, people make statues out of lace, like actually lace or silk statues. My goal is to make fashion and clothes, and to just essentially like crochet and knitters, like make stuff that I can wear or give to my friends. So I'm just doing more practice. I'm almost done with this pattern. I was doing some of it yesterday, but right now I'm just like finishing it up on stream because we got pretty far. We'll have a handcrafted gift from you. Oh, yes. I won't be giving people any of my patterns this year, but my goal is by next year, hopefully people's birthdays, is to give them bookmarks and little trinkets. Like bookmarks like this with their favorite colors, with little like accessories on it and everything. But I just want to make sure there's no like mistakes, because I'll keep my patterns that have mistakes on them. But I appreciate the sentiment. I do actually really want to make stuff for people that I care about. And it's fun. It's fun giving somebody a gift, like a scarf or something they can wear. But I know me, like, I practice a lot of my crafts, like I talked about yesterday, for a very long time before I feel confident. So, for example, I didn't do people's makeup until I want to say a few years into doing it. And now, like, if someone asked me, I would be like, I can, but I would prefer you go see a professional if you can afford it, because they actually are, like, certified. And, you know, when you do cosmetology classes and things like that, you learn, like, how to, you know, be hygienic, and, you know, what different techniques and brushes you can use so you can match people's skin tones and stuff. So, like I've told y'all before, there was one classmate who, for their, I think they were having a ceremony with their partner. I don't want to, it's like a promise ring thing. And she reached out to me because I had been posting a lot more of my fashion stuff. She's like, hey, C, would you be down to, like, if I paid you do my makeup? And I was like, oh my God, that's so sweet. I declined, of course. So I was like, this is like a once in a lifetime thing with your husband. I cannot do your makeup. I'm not a professional, but I will keep that in mind in the future. So I do think there's some people I know who have been waiting on me to actually, like, do the class and the coursework to be certified so I can do their makeup. I know who you are, and I have not forgotten. But yeah, it's a lot. Same thing with like lace bobbing. Like, I'll feel a little bit better once I get certified. Not that the certificate means anything, but it's more like I'd rather get vetted by someone who's done it professionally for a few years and make sure it looks up to quality. Otherwise, like, you know, I'm always going to recommend to go to folks who have been doing a craft for a long time, who are going to make something of quality. So that's why people get mad when they see, like, crocheted, like, jackets and shirts and stuff. People are like, I wouldn't pay this much. I'm like, well, you're not just paying for the jacket. You're paying for who makes it, the material, the yarn people bought, the amount of time it takes to craft that. And like y'all know, I subscribe to a lot of slow businesses, which is basically slow fashion brands where a lot of the stuff is either ethically sourced or they make sure to pay their like workers, like worker co-ops, where people are making equitable wages, so they're like able to live and do things, but they're they're not dealing with the thrones of capitalism type vibes. So a lot of like my favorite brands will have like pre-orders for items that won't come for like months, and I don't have any problem with that because like to me, I rewear my outfits all the time, even though some people get upset. They're like, why do you rewear the same thing? I'm like, I mean, it's a great shirt, so why not? Hi Jazz, welcome in. Thank you for lurk. I hope you're doing well. It's lovely to see you. My command should have gone on for you. I had to keep fixing my mix it up, but that's okay. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the lurk. I am finishing up this lace project. I'm just stabbing my cookie pillow, talking about slow fashion. But that's my goal. Because even if I make stuff for friends, I want to do it. Like, for example, if I get as good as I know I probably can in the next year, along with like art and stuff, is probably to make people things towards next year's Christmas or holidays and send it to them if they're okay with it. Maybe it only works if they chat at you instead of redeeming. That's a good point. I have it to where my action groups, like when people do stuff, it triggers. But yeah, I need to just like figure some things out. But I appreciate you, Toko, because yeah. Mix It Up is really cool in terms of functionality. I just got some kinks I gotta work out in the system. And of course, for those of you who lurk, you know, you're welcome to lurk. I love my lurkers. It didn't work. Okay. Don't worry about it, Jazz. I'm just gonna give you a shout out. Y'all should go follow Jazz. They're super sweet. Their voice is really cool. I love seeing them around. They're just a dope human being, so you should go follow. I'm just saying. Like, you don't have to do anything for me, but you should support these amazing people. I'm just saying. I'm just team go support these amazing humans. So, but thank you for trying, Jazz, too. I don't mean to make you come out of lurk for a second. Okay, so that is for the... Wait, thank you so much. You're way too sweet. Oh, of course, of course. Listen, I am very much like... If I can give it back tenfold, even in little or big ways, I will. And I really think you are a really genuinely cool person. And like I say, like, I don't mind that people lurk. It's totally fine. If anything, I do appreciate it. Because I do the same thing in a lot of my, like, mutuals and friends streams. Like, I don't say anything. I just lurk. So, yeah. But please enjoy the lurk. Let me not make, as I tell people, like, you are welcome to say hi and do things. But respectfully, if you want to lurk, please lurk. All good. And the ads are coming, so if you're not subbed, you'll be back in a second. I'm just trying to finish this Winky Edge. Okay. I think with this in mind... we will be ready for this last... Congratulations! I'm glad everything is set up for surgery. Makes me really happy. I'll make more of a comment, Toko, in a second when folks come back from the ads. And is there anything on this note, Toko, that you need from us in regards to stuff? Not to put you on the spot now, but... Alright, welcome back from the ads, y'all. Just tidying up stuff so I can do the motif and finish this off on stream before we play 14. But yeah, Toko, I'm glad to hear things are set. Is there anything that folks can do to support you? You don't have to answer on stream respectfulully, but if you, I think I've asked this before, but if there's anything like folks can do as it gets closer, please feel free to reach out. Friend, I would like to, if I can do anything. If I can, it's fine. But I'm just happy everything's moving forward. Sorry, I keep lifting up. So what you're saying is that I should put your Ko-fi link in my command for how to support people during my streams is what you saying. So I would like, if you don't mind, to send me that via DM so I can edit that so it'll run through my streams. Because y'all don't have to give me any of your money, but you can give my friends money. It's cool. I'm just a hobbyist streamer who just yammers too much about fashion, makeup, and art and plays games. You don't have to do anything with me. I'm privileged where I'm taking care of, my needs are met, and I'm fine. So, even though that doesn't stop some of y'all from finding my throne, but that throne is for me to remember what stuff that I want to eventually get for me. You don't have to. If you choose to, I appreciate it and I will cry, and y'all don't want to see me cry, but you don't have to. Like, just like having badges and fancy things that I program with help because I'm goober. So, but yeah, if you do that, I will update things so folks can support you for the trip. Because I think you said you have to rest for like a week, right? Like, I think the thing about it is being a creative, and it like an artsy scientist, like, at least the week of bed rest got you. Cool. Yeah, I remember you told me that. Okay, I'll remember that. But yeah, I will put the link in, update it so that if folks, so as Toko's saying in the chat, y'all, Toko is going to be getting surgery soon. So, I will have that link updated because, like, with other friends and mutuals doing mutual aid, or just like, would love some support and help on different things. I'm very community oriented, so I'd like to have running links throughout my streams, even if I'm not doing anything with like Gamers Outreach or other like organizations I've helped fundraise for. I would like to have these running commands so that way if I see somebody that I know in the streamer space is doing like needs some support, I'm always going to like have a running command for that. It's just a part of my thing where I know I've been helped in that way and I've helped other people like that too. It's not something to like boast or brag about. It's just more like humans can come together and really help each other out, and that's just kind of the thing I want to emphasize. So it's at least a week of bed rest and supporting for the trip. Okay, got it. Downloading this information so I can remember details. I always try to get details, so with of course respecting your privacy too. So and then I'm thinking based on the timing, I will finish this pattern just as we finish the co-working, and then we will go into 14. And like I said, I'll probably do like an hour and 30 minutes. We'll see. There is the Fall Guys stuff happening, and I'm not sure if the Moogle Hunt stuff has started. So we'll see. We'll see how the day takes us. I would like to do a little bit of Endwalker, but chaos is chaos, I guess. So where is Pen 2? I always do this. No problem. It's at least a week off from work and then a month of low activity, which I don't know if I would even be able to do my job, which I have to talk to my boss about, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm hoping they'll be able to you'll be able to take some leave. Of course, again, you don't have to give me the details, of course, respectfully, Toko, if you don't want to, but I'm hoping if you have some sick leave or like medical leave, you could take that if you need it, just so maybe you can work at reduced hours or something. Or just adjust to where you don't hurt yourself, because even though, like you said, it's a week off, you still want to make sure you're following your regimen your doctor is saying after the surgery. So whatever's like accessible, always important. So I'm gonna send out good vibes that it'll work out in terms of like what you need. That is very much a pen and twist. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. My Toku command should have gone off too. I probably didn't update that one, but y'all should go, as I said earlier, to follow Toku Tabletop. We have a Kamen Rider campaign for Saturday morning cartoons for those of you best in the West. If not, my usual campaign with my lovely Valor Rangers is on Sundays. But either way, shout out to Daiji Kobu. They are the mastermind DM of all these amazing adventures I've been on, where I yell and scream as Nombre Kaylin. You know, the Henshin a go go, baby, let's go type vibes. I love how my chaos comes out for Nombre, so it's been fun tapping into my inner like shenanigans with that. But yes, please go follow Toku Tabletop. And yes, I appreciate you. Welcome in. I'm still down to have that conversation because I will be, you know, I'm pretty much going to be doing stuff until way late in the wee hours of the morning after stream, but no pressure, of course. I hope you are chilling. I am decent. I am just happy that I am actually somewhat decent at my craft projects. To where I actually did the motif without processing. Yeah, do your thing. Appreciate you. Saturday morning cartoons, yes, like, the Kamen Rider campaign is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Even if you can't catch it live, please check out the VODs. Like, all the players are very unique in how they play their characters, and like getting the background, even from like my crew of folks for Valor Rangers, like getting the context of why they chose their characters and why they play the way they do is so much fun. That's why I love tabletop RPGs. They're just really cool when you play with people who just love their characters and are just really having a blast with people that they like gaming with. So it's just been a joy this past year, like getting back into TTRPGs again. But yes, if you want to enjoy Kamen Rider shenanigans on a Saturday morning, you should check out Toku Tabletop. It's a great time. Great time, great energy, great vibes. Providence isn't supposed to be fun, it's supposed to be gloomy. That is true. Because the funny thing about it, y'all, is that like the Kamen Rider campaign to what's happening in the chat, there's a conversation. It's supposed to be the campaign that is supposed to be extra in regards to like it being a bit more dark. But funny enough, like the Kamen Rider campaign is just like, they just be doing so much fun and everything. And then like the Valor Ranger one is just so like heavy hitter arcane vibes, which I love. I don't have any problem with it. I just think it's funny. It is funny. Like the two different flavors of like Toku Tabletop has been a blast. Personally, I really enjoy it. So I usually catch the VODs because I know sometimes like on Saturdays there's stuff I have to do in the morning, but just in general, if you can catch it live, you should catch it live. But I'm grateful for VODs. Okay, hold on. I just pinned 4. Twist the lift bar. Not I got something for the ass. So crying. I imagine your face, Jai. Like ever since I saw your face when you did the like DM question, I imagine that same face of like, what can I do to make my players squirm during this tabletop campaign? It's literally me. And just so y'all know, and I know Dai is not gonna flex as they should, but I will say that as a friend, like Dai is one of the best DMs I've ever had in a campaign. So even though like there's panic and anxiety about what happens to our characters, it is so much fun the way that Dai DMs our campaign. So that's why I'm saying, like, I've played a couple of one-shots and I've done like at least one other long campaign and a few things, but like my Valor Rangers campaign, I've told people in all the Valor Rangers, so it's one of my favorite like tabletop RPGs I've ever done in my entire life. Like, it makes me see, like, why people do this stuff versus, like, I've had some campaigns that were great for where they were, but unfortunately, because of circumstances, they just fell apart, which sucks, but yeah. No, it's not overly exaggerated. Dai's a good DM. Like, when you have a really good, the one thing I can recommend for you if you, I'm glad you're enjoying it, for sure. No, I definitely am, as always. One thing I will say is that like having a good DM, which for those of you who don't play tabletop RPGs, stands for Dungeon Master. Having a Dungeon Master that's really thoughtful and wants to just have fun at the core of it makes a huge difference for a tabletop campaign. And most of my campaigns have been with like other Black, Indigenous, queer, disabled folks. and everything else. So it's just really cool to see people's ethos and who they are, and not having any problematic stuff that happens in the campaign too, which like y'all know, I don't stand for, obviously. It's funny, I'm actually on this line of conversations that made me think about what happened with the Arcane fandom, where they had recently some, without spoiling it, they were talking about some of the motivations of the characters. And one big thing that's been going on the internet is that, like, people, similar to Voltron, the one on Netflix, the Arcane fandom is not very kind to its black protagonist. And so people don't like Mel. They hate her guts because... This is slight spoilers for Arcane, so if you haven't seen it, you can tune out. But for those of you who've seen Arcane, like, there's that one point where Mel Moderna is actually dating Jace, Talus, who they break up after a while, and then in season 2, Jace ends up with Victor. And so there's a lot of people, unfortunately, who hate Mel and don't like her as a character. And so you see kind of the problematic, like, character... You see people's worldview of a character come out on the character, because the authors had said for Arcane, even though they said they're problematic stuff too, but some of the folks had said that, like, Mel's story in Arcane, for those of you who've seen it, is a coming of age story for a hero who is just trying to do good in the world, but doesn't recognize that, like, the way she's going about it is flawed within a system, and that she just wants to be better from where she's come from. But the reason why I'm tying this to tabletop and, like, my campaigns is that, like, one of the things that I really look out for when I play games with people is that, like, the people grapple with these things in a way that's respectful of black women and femmes, but also just in general of different cultures. And, like, my team is just awesome. We're mostly black people, but, you know, it's black, Asian, and we're mainly black people. We're just a crew of, like, BIPOC people. And just people who may not be, like, you know, black, but are still very inclusive, if that makes sense. So I just really appreciate that ethos, because it just makes a difference. Just like for those of us who are in the Arcane fandom, I know for those of you who might have heard me go on my tangents, I do like Arcane as a show. There are a lot of flaws with it, but unfortunately, as a black fan of fiction, you do have to run into the fact that some people will have problematic stereotypes of black women and femmes. One of them people often hear about is the black disposable girlfriend trope, which sucks, where someone's character growth is through someone dating a black woman and then dumping them and then ending up with their actual non-black partner for character growth, and it's problematic. Which is why usually for my characters, especially if you see me play Nambra, my big rule of thumb is that I try to have all my characters either have a romantic interest or their life is not rife with stuff that's problematic. Because I've seen it too much in media, and I'm like, if y'all treat Mel as bad as I think you're going to treat her, which unfortunately happened, where it turned out actually that the Arcane fandom got so mad at Riot about, because they had some anniversary merch for Mel and her mom, that they went off on them, and then Riot actually apologized and said, you know what, y'all are right. We have anniversary merch for Jinx, Vi, Jace, and Victor, but we don't have any of Mel. So you're right. We're sorry. We're going to do better. It's a lot of that. And then the thing that came out about Mel's actually a hero, and I'm like, yeah, she's one of the main protagonists of Arcane. I don't understand why y'all don't like that. I know why you don't like that, but anyway. That's just me. That's all I'm saying is, one, play tabletop RPGs with friends. It's a lot of fun. Enjoy it. Do the thing. And two, support diverse characters and people who make them. That is my big plug of the day, along with everything else I've been saying. Because I think if you play League of Legends, you can actually play Mel in the game. I don't play League of Legends. I mean, maybe I would pop back on for a hot second to play as Mel, but I don't know what people call comp games, but I just don't play things. Also, for my friends who play Marvel Rivals, tomorrow is the day where everything, like, drops. I need y'all to be free tomorrow night. I love y'all. I know y'all got stuff to do. We're all adults, but I need to jump on Rivals for the next 2 weeks. I have to get all the skins. That's all I'm saying now. You know who you are. Generally frustrates me, for real. I'm keen for the upcoming show from them because main I'm already on it. You know what it is, Di. You know what it is. Because the I think the skins, so I've talked about this extensively. I'm never gonna shut up about Marvel Rivals, so I apologize for slightly being that girl right now. But I'll actually come back around after the ads, so we'll pause, and then I'll reply what Di said too. Just give me 1 second. Did I twist the left? I think I did twist the left pair. Yeah, I did. Toko, I see your comment. That's so funny. You're not wrong though. Pin at 5, twist. All right, welcome back from the ads. I was saying one to Toko Tapes Hot, aka Dai's point in the chat. Yes, I am hopeful. I'm not well. So there is a creative, I forget their name, and if I don't remember the next time, remind me next stream. There is a creative who actually designed the black characters in Arcane and actually designed Spider-Punk from Into the Spider-Verse. So shout out to them. It was really cool seeing the fandom from Arcane celebrate them. They use they them pronouns, but they're actually the character designer for it. So to that point, Dai, I really, really hope that they do justice to Mel's character in the next season. I really love her character. Again, I know she's very flawed. I think it was very much to me like I was thinking about it when I saw the commentary on it of like Mel's character is kind of an example of the juxtaposition that happened in Black Panther, where T'Challa and Killmonger, for those of you who haven't seen the movie, you can tune out for a second. But that juxtaposition and that kind of argument for black people, particularly of working within a system to create change and using those tools and privileges or not. So I say how Echo and Mel is kind of juxtapositions in that they very much has a similar worldview of like they just wanted to make the world a better place. They wanted to support their people. They wanted to grapple with oppression and things like that within the ethos of the story. Mel went about it in a way that could be, it was and is problematic to some degree. Like she wasn't perfect about it. Versus Echo was dealing with a lot of challenges and suffered a lot. So again, I'm not here for black characters suffering for no reason. I hate that trope so much. But anyway, we're not gonna talk about it. But either way, I think the next season with Mel would be really cool. Her outfit designs are super dope. I really want the Arcane like art book because of it. And honestly, some of her like ethos and character I will always love. So it was really cool to see like it was really cool to see a black woman, similar to Shuri in Black Panther, give a shit about their community and be multifaceted. That's why I really don't like the Jace Victor fandom sometimes, and it's not every one of those folks. So if you like those characters, I'm not saying you're wrong for liking them, but I don't like how the fandom treats its black characters. And that often happens within fiction where a lot of black characters are treated very badly. And you can kind of see that with the way that people use Mel and Echo. And like you're saying, Di, like, despite their methods, both want to change the world and are very unapologetic. And that's, to me, why I love them both. They were really well-done characters. Like, Arcane is flawed in terms of, like, people said there should have been longer seasons. Some of the arguments it was trying to say versus what the writers were saying, I was like, you kind of erased, like, some major conflict that would have been great for the story itself. But overall, like, the characters themselves, bars. Like, legitimately, I love Mel and Echo. I love Mel, Echo, Vi, and Jinx. Those are my favorite characters from Arcane. So, but yeah. So when people were saying like, "Oh, I didn't know Mel was a hero," I'm like, "What do you mean you thought she was a villain because she just dated Jason? It didn't work out. What type of?" All right, but anyway, I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. It was just too much, and I was annoyed. And I was like, "All right, no." And yes, to the point about Marvel Rivals, going back to that, because yeah, I'm keen for the upcoming show for them because especially how is going to be the lead exactly, and see kidnapping everyone to play Rivals, yes, because to me it was so wild, like, and I will explain this for a second. It was frustrating to see some people from the Arcane fandom say that Mel was manipulating Jace and preventing her to get with Victor, when I'm like, okay, one, people can just be bisexual and can be in love with multiple genders, first of all. And secondly, like, if this was the route the show is going to go, I'm going to be honest with you, I would have preferred, and this is how I would have written it, and again, it's not my show, it's not my thing, and it's fine. I'm fine as it as a piece of media, but like, if you're going to just dispose the black girl, I would rather her be single and left alone. As a black woman, I don't need to see that. Like, I don't need Mel to have been the character driving piece for Victor to realize he was loving Victor. Victor and Jace to be in love with each other. Just put them together and leave her alone. Because that was strange to me that people were saying that she was manipulating Jace. And so that's why he couldn't be with Victor from jump. And I'm like, no. I'm pretty sure the argument is that, like, Jace was naive about the politics of what was going on in Piltover. And then once the stuff popped off, he realized not only that, politics and people are corrupt, just like, Mel did, but he was in love with Victor, which is fine. Sometimes relationships don't work out. But I was like, y'all can't be saying that Mel's a villain because she was dating Jace for 2 seconds. It was just wild. And I was like, I'm not, no. But that's what happens as I could say as a black woman. Like, some people genuinely want black characters to be so problematic, and it's coming from a place of racism. And that's just what it is. And they won't say it. But as a black woman who's been in fandom, seeing people do that with Allura, with Keith and Lance, and Voltron, it's the same thing. And it's so annoying. Because it's like, I don't care that you have this queer ship you like. That's fine. Ship who you want. And if the writers didn't write it for them to meet up together, that's fine. That's what fanfiction is for. But do not say this racist stuff on the internet. That I don't agree with. So, see, sounds like she drank old fashions and played monk. Not with Yakuza. Yakuza leaders. Hi, Azir. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. It's lovely to see you. As always, y'all should go follow Azir. And then going back to Rivals. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on my tangent right about racism and stuff in fandom. But so Marvel Rivals has their next season. Everything drops tomorrow. I think the cake skins come in December. And so as soon as I saw stuff drop and I saw some of the gameplay for Gambit, I was like, let me jump back up in here. Again, I am not competitive, so I am not a baller in that way. I'm just in it for the skins. But let me tell you how Marvel Rivals said, all right, we've been listening. Here's this. Boom, boom, boom. Free stuff. Skins. Have fun. And I was like, y'all got grilled by your fandom. That's lit. For me, because I'm just in it for the Luna Snow. And the Y2K skin for Magic. The Luna Snow skin. And then I think it's... who is the other one? Who am I thinking of who has the other cake skin? Like the sweet skin. I know Venom has one too, but I'm trying to think of who I'm thinking of as I keep going with this pattern. Shoot, who am I thinking of? Oh, there's an Iron Spire skin? I didn't see that one. Crawfish Daddy. I'm still crying at that name for Gambit. That sends me so bad, but I love it so much. Yeah, because I saw actually for Gambit, like, okay, so for context, like I've been talking about these last couple of streams, like Gambit actually is a strategist, so that means he's a healer. I do think with his kit for Marvel Rivals, anytime you play a strategist as Marvel Rivals, the big thing is you have to balance between, similar to being a healer in Final Fantasy XIV, you have to balance between actually like fighting people and healing. And of course, as a healer and a strategist, you want to focus on healer. You're in the back line. If you want to attack people and not have to think about it, similar to in Final Fantasy XIV, you need to be a DPS. And if you just want to be tanky and lead your party, you are a tank. That's my understanding. Again, I'm not competitive, so please don't take that as like rule of thumb. I'm a goober who just likes skins. But to that point, as I do agree, I think Gambit is built very interesting as a strategist because you don't have a lot of them. So I was intrigued that they made that choice because I think, like I was saying when Ink rated in the other stream, that like if they make Rogue a tank, that would be really cool. Because I like that Marvel Rivals actually has like women and femmes as tanks. Because even Emma Frost being a tank is really cool to me. And I like playing Ultron, but its main tool's only available if Tony Stark is on the on the team. And for those of you who don't play Rivals, they're not only like characters who are DPS strategists or tanks, but there's also like team ups. So for example, you didn't see her shoulders in the video. I saw Rogue. She's definitely gonna be. If she's a tank and Gambit's a strategist, listen. This is my shoujo coming out. I am a huge fan of a woman paladin and a man being a healer. I love that concept because I just think women being able to fuck people up, excuse my language, or like destroy them, and then like their partner. It doesn't have to be a man. It could just be their partner. It doesn't have to be a gender thing per se. But I love the idea of like the fact that Gambit is a strategist healer and then that Rogue is a tank. And of course, I'm here for muscular people. Because I was talking about this the other day. With one of my mutuals, shout out to Blaze at Midnight, but they posted this and I saw, because there's a creative I follow too, where she was talking about as a weightlifter, and she's an Aries, which I thought was funny. Like, I'm talking with all my Aries women, again going back to the astrology thing for half a second. Not every Aries weightlifts, but like, I love when women are actually strong and have muscles. Like, I know I'm tiny, and so like I feel like, you know, I need to get back into my regiment, but for me, I like being strong. I like being able to, excuse my language, be able to kick somebody's ass. Like, I've knocked over grown men playing soccer, even though I'm like 5 foot. So the concept of a woman being allowed to be still as badass as Rogue and still be a tank is really cool, because I wish more people would lean into that, because it's frustrating when, like, I'm not saying women can't be dainty and like, save me type vibes. It's fine, let them be multifaceted, but I also like when women are like strong and beefy and kick your ass. That's just me. I just think that concept's great. So the fact that she's a tank, I'm so excited. Plus the storyline of like Rogue and Gambit being married and like him making a deal to find a ring to marry her, and the way he just yearns, I'm like, oh my god. They know what we wanted. And then Azar, I know you saw it. And it's only anyone else who plays Marvel Rivals. You saw that they shipped Mantis and Loki and Black Panther and Storm. And I was like, the Black Panther and Storm fans are eating good tonight. They're over there in the corner having way too much fun. If you're wondering if I ship T'Challa with Storm, of course I do. Of course I do. I just want Storm to be happy, y'all. And you know, I'm here for my black heroes. But I'm really intrigued by what they're going to do this season. So, again, if you play Marvel Rivals, I will be definitely jumping on tomorrow because I have to map out all the skins and stuff. And, you know, practicing with Luna Snow. And I might try Gambit. I'm not sure if I'll main him or play him, but I do want to try him out because he is a strategist. Because T'Challa and Aura were married in various storylines. Yeah. Which, on that note, too, I do want to buy the Storm comic that came out. She looks so pretty in the new comic. I really, really want to get it. I don't buy comic books often, at least for me. I'm contributing to the downfall of comic book sales, but because I don't buy them. But I do think the latest Storm comic that really went viral is super cool. And I do follow. I need to catch up on their videos, but I do watch comic book. I do watch comic book videos, like people who do that commentary and stuff to kind of break down some of the storylines. So that's why I know way too much about Man Spider, and that's why that thing scares me. No shade to Spider-Man. I love Peter Parker, but the Man Spider arc scares the devil out of me every time I hear about it. And yet it doesn't stop me from learning more information every time. Okay. She made Van Doom salivate. Yeah, it's funny when you think of comic book lore. Like, I think about the fact the interactions between Invisible Woman from the Fantastic Four and the fact that, like, Who is a menace to Mr. Fantastic? What is his name? Who am I thinking of? Oh my god. Namor. I like that Namor and Mr. Fantastic don't like each other, because when Mr. Fantastic was gone, Namor's like, hey girl, how you doing? Let me run my name. Let me give me my digits. You ain't gotta be Mr. Fantastic. You should be with me type vibes. And Mr. Fantastic has been like, that's my wife. He's like, and I love how those interactions are kind of in the game. So I really appreciate that they did the work to just like these interactions with the characters. Yeah, like Namor does not give a crap. He's like, so whenever you want to drop him, I'll date you. Don't worry about him. I'm here if you need me. Don't worry about it. And again, I'm not here for that, obviously, but like Sue be like, okay. And then Mr. Fantastic be like, I'm right here. And Namor's like, I don't care. Not the light skinned activity, but actually it really is. It's so funny to me. I may not stress, but I got the water exactly be like, talk to me, sis. How you doing? Let me get your digits. Let me slide up your DMs type vibe. That's how Namor is. Also, thank you, Snaps, for the congratulations. For making it to the Black Unity Guild on Twitch. I really appreciate that. I'm really excited. I see, like I said, a lot of like folks from Brown Girl Gamer Code already in there, as well as like just in general my mutuals in the streamer space here are Black. But I was super shocked because like I said earlier, I had applied to some of the Uni guilds because I had finally, moved forward on Twitch. And I've only been streaming for a year. So I was like, I don't know what to expect, but I just want to build community and meet people and have fun. And then when I got the email to this morning, I was like, oh, all right, cool. Well, I'm here now. So I'm excited. I'm really excited to meet other folks and just do things. So I appreciate that a lot. Man, Sada gives me life and also triggers my arachnophobia. That is true. That is me. But thank you for the kudos. It's that, and then like I mentioned earlier, which I'll update my socials about it, I am shadowing to by next year get more involved. Yeah, Azure, did I not? Did she? Oh, I know not already. Yes, let me redo the announcements again as I try to finish this pattern because we got 4 minutes before I start switching to games. For those of you who weren't earlier for streams, I did announce that as of today, I got accepted into the Black Twitch Unity Guild. For those of you, obviously, who are streamers, but for those of you who aren't streamers, you just lurk. There are Unity guilds where you can join based off identity, like affinity group and things like that. So I applied to that one, and I got in. So I got my notification today. I'm officially a member of the Black Unity Guild for, other streamers. But yeah, I got in. I'm excited. I'm in the Discord. I'm chilling, trying to figure things out. And then I also, I'm still waiting to get my stuff together. But I am also getting more involved with the International Lease Organization. Oh my god, I love it how an ad would come when I'm talking. I'll wait for folks who aren't stoked. Jeez. And then we might go a little bit longer to... I want to finish this on stream because it won't be worth for the next co-working stream to actually start on this banner. It's worth to finish it right now. I might not close it today, but I want to finish it. Yeah, I think it's 3. Yeah, it's 3 passive fairs. Rude ass ads, but I have turbo, but so that is true. That is very true. I think it's 4 pairs? I think it's 4 pairs. Alright, welcome back from the ads. But yeah, as I was saying, I got accepted into the Black Twitch Guild. So I'm really grateful. Looking forward to connecting with the folks. I know some of my mutuals are already in the guild, so I look forward to just, being more wedged and being around y'all and friends. And also for the International Lace Organization, I am doing some shadowing and everything, but I will be probably the regional director of where I'm at. And I'm based in the good old South, so I'm getting more wedged in terms of my lace organization because I have no chill. So that was the stuff I was holding on to until it got confirmed, until like yesterday. But yeah, that's what I'm up to. That's what I meant when I was saying on stream where it's like the person I thought I would be in my 30s is very different from what I thought in my 20s, which is why when I started for stream, I liked what EJ said, where she said, like, now that she got, for those of you again, reminder of EJ, who is the voice of EJ, sorry, I'm probably saying their name wrong because English and names. But essentially, like, she is the voice of Rumi for K-pop Demon Hunters. And she was saying that for her, while she was in her 20s, she was really figuring a lot of stuff out, relationships, things like that, and sorting herself. And she is different than she is in her 30s. And I would agree. I think it's a lot of, like, if you had told me I'd be who I am right now in my 30s and my 20s, I would have looked at you like you were sideways. And I am a vastly different person from 27, 28, 29 than I am at 31, 32, 33. Almost. So, and for folks who are older than me, you can tell me if I'm full of crap, but that's why, like, I mentioned earlier on stream, like, when I was younger, I never said that I wanted to be a certain age. I always was like, I know myself for the most part, but I'm pretty open. And because of that, I'm so different. I'm so different. Like, at my ethos, I'm not really that much different from when I was younger, but I don't talk out the side of my neck and saying I wouldn't change my mind about something. Not at this age. Because if you'd ask 28-year-old me, 27? Wait, what year is it? 2025? I'll be 33 next year. So I am 32. It has been 3 years. Sorry, that's 2026. 3 years. So I am, that's 2 years ago. So that'd be 2023. 3 years before that, yeah, would be 20. Why is math thing so hard for me to do? Let me stop for a second. 2 years ago was 2023. 3 years before that would be 27. So that was 2020. If you had told me what I'd be doing 5 years ago, I would have looked at you like you were wilding the fuck out. Which is why I don't. I liked, like I said earlier, what she meant about an ego death. So on the positive end, because of that, so not really. Wait, Snaps, I think we are about the same age. I think a lot of, like, well, my community is split between folks who are like early 20s to, because this is my rule of thumb, where if you're below 25, I treat you like an adult, but I am almost a decade on you. So it's a big sister type of, don't call me auntie, but whatever. Versus, like, I have my pocket of friends who are all in their 30s now, like 30 to 35, 36. And so it's so funny to me. Like, now I get what people say when they cite that the fuck out of me when I was in my 20s saying shit I was saying sometimes, where they were like, girl, you have not lived. You don't know what you're talking about. You might change your mind. And they were right. But then I'm saying that to say, Snaps one, happy birthday, let's go. Turn up. You better do the thing. December babies, y'all better live it up. And, like, don't ever say you won't change your mind. Don't ever, never say never. Because I'm serious. Like, if you'd asked me 5 years ago at 27 if I would do lace, I would have looked at you like, what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm a scientist. I can't. Well, not that I can't do that, but, like, that doesn't make sense for me. Like, what? And then now in my 30s, I'm like, excuse, not to call me a bitch, but, like, bitch, if you don't sit down somewhere, like, you changed so much even in a year. What are you talking about? Exactly. Listen, Toko. Listen. Like, to that point, like, some of my friends have flourished in the last year. They are so different. Just in 6 months. So I don't do that to myself. Because I have been humbled enough in life to know you might change your mind, actually. You don't know what you're talking about. And that's where my older friends, which I love them, shout out to my friends in their mid-30s to 40s. I love you so much, even though y'all be coming from me being born in the 80s. Y'all be looking at me like, you 90s kids, y'all got to sit down somewhere. And it's like, leave me alone, damn it. Just because I had Nintendo 64. But it's just to say, like, yes, if you know yourself well enough, that's fine. Like, stick to your values. Don't ever change who you are for anybody. And always be open-minded. Always be open. Really think about it. If you've only seen one aspect of life, you might change your mind. You might change your mind. And I've learned that because your 20s are so, at least for me, I can't speak for everybody else. My 20s were so fucking chaotic that, like, the stability I did have didn't come until, again, my 30s. Like, until my, like, mid to late 20s into my 30s. But, like, the me that I am now, even just in the last few years, is so different. And not the core of me, like I've talked about on rants and stream, but, like, the shit that I even think about, the stuff I want to do, the shit I don't put up with anymore is so different now. It's so different. And a lot of my friends will say, even in their early 30s, they are so different. Like, even meeting up with some of my friends where they're like, I don't want to do this shit. I'm going to go be, like, I have one friend who was a scientist, and she said, fuck that. She's now an actress. Like, I don't know what to tell y'all. Like, people talk out the side of their neck. I'm like, you just never know. And again, I'm not knocking on people, like I said earlier in the stream. Like, if you genuinely, like, I want to be a doctor when I'm 5, that's fine. I have plenty of friends who are now thriving neurosurgeons who knew when they were 5 years old that they wanted to actually be a doctor. But I also have friends who said, I would never do this thing, and now they're doing the thing they never said they would do. And I'm like, okay, my friend's an actress. Go ahead. By the way, she a bad bitch, so I'm happy for her. No, I'm serious, Soko, like, dead ass. We were in neuroscience classes together. She is an actress. She don't even do science. She acts for a living. That's why I just, again, like, in her 20s, we all graduated, right, from my graduating class. Again, I'm dating myself. I'm the class of 2015. But, like, even for my classmates, half of them are doing what they thought they were going to do. No, not half. A third of them are doing what they thought they would do. A third of them changed their mind. And a third of them are like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And that's humbling in your 30s, because I feel like, to me, it's an arrogance I lost in my 20s. And I'm not saying, like, I'm an arrogant person, but I got humbled in my 20s, where I would say stuff like, I said I wouldn't do this, and I'm doing the thing I said I wouldn't do. So, okay. And I know people don't want to hear that, but it's just true. Because I think it's a thing, because for me, at least for me, again, my caveat is that, like, if you really know something, stick to it. Like, if you really know what you're about, please don't change your mind. And it's that thing I say about, like, friendships. Like, I've had people come back around in my life who we weren't friends earlier in life, and now we were, because we finally had a commonality. Dropped a degree, like, I'm like, yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, you just never know. Wild shit happens all the time especially if you're older. Oh my God, the type of stuff that happens when you get older that you would be surprised. Even, like, I have friends who they never thought they'd be divorced, and now they're divorced with kids. Or I never say never. I'm just like, I'm gonna live my life and be very thoughtful, because I've seen how or even just, like, the big thing people often say in their 30s is, like, the amount of people who are not gonna make it with you. And I apologize, it's slightly triggering. So if this is, please, feel free to tap out for a second. The amount of people who pass away in your 30s, it changes your perspective and actually makes you grow the fuck up too. And I've lost friends who didn't make it to this decade with me. And it really makes a difference. Like, somebody who's your age who doesn't make it, it really humbles your ass. You stop thinking that, I think it's that thing people talk about when the difference between adults and kids is, like, kids think they're invincible, and when you're young, you think you're invincible, and then when you get older and you lose somebody, you just get like, holy shit, like, they were just there, and now they're gone. Like, that just changes you. So that's why I'm just not, I'm not so caught up in my own ego where I won't experience ego death, which is why, going back to the long story short of it, I love what EJ said, where it's like, I've experienced enough ego death where she can handle the level of fame and things that she can deal with, like I said earlier on stream. And that's where I'm at now, where like, I think there's some things I can handle now as a 30 something year old than I ever would have handled in my 20s. And some of the stuff that I said back in that time, I'm like, girl, that's not what's going to happen to you at all. And I even had that thing where some of my friends would say stuff like, I would never be in a certain situation. I'm like, you don't know that. Fucked me up. Which is why I tell people, like, again, and by the way, too, like, you don't have to, what you think you're going to end up doing for a living might not be what you do your degree in. And I will say that too, because again, I have a lot of science friends who they're in art, and I have a lot of art people in science. I always talk about that one person who I went to work with in a lab who she did music for 10 years, was a manager of a band, really enjoyed going to concerts and stuff. She started hating it, switched degrees, and now is a neuroscience researcher. So, anyway, let me stop repeating the same damn thing. All I have to say is that, like, again, I just follow, like I said earlier, I think it's really good to listen to people who are, and I know sometimes, and I get it, because sometimes my mentors with me, they're just like, see, you know yourself and that's great, but you're young and you don't want to hear anything I'm saying. And it's like, okay, I am listening to you though. Jay, I'll name them Jay for this example. But like, but he was right. He was like, girl, you have not lived in this way yet. You might eat your words. And he was right. And that's coming from somebody like me. Like I've told you, I've had a strong success since I was younger, but I still get humbled all the time where I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Anyway, that's my TED Talk for the year. And like I said, it's not to say if it doesn't apply, let it fly. It's just that life is so funny sometimes where things happen for a reason and some people don't take the wisdom when it's in front of them. And of course, it's also that thing too where I don't think just because you're older than somebody means you're wiser by default. I don't believe that either. I think that gets into the thing about why, like, in a conscious way, I think that younger people are a vulnerable class. Because I think people hate older people who are, like, seemingly fragile, and they also hate kids because I think it's a hatred of actual vulnerability, which it speaks volumes to me. And I, from a sociology standpoint, think it's fascinating because I'm like, I don't hate anybody that violently. Like, especially people who are mean to older people, like, I don't get it. You're gonna be old and wrinkly too. So why are you being mean to a random grandma on the street? What's wrong with you? Like, is she doing something to you that makes you think that you should yell at her because she's doing crockety old stuff? And don't get me wrong, the boomer jokes are funny. I get it. I'm a millennial. But, like, sometimes I feel like my peers are very judgmental and a very, like, you sound like a boomer right now. What is wrong with you? Why are you being mean to people who are older or younger than you? You're just 31. Like, or I'm using my own age. You're just 32. Like, yeah, you've been on this planet for a while, but you're not, like, seasoned. What's wrong with you? Why are you not able to listen to other information from people? Or maybe from younger folks, take them at face value when they say, I'm not doing this thing. Like, I love when Gen Z, like, quits their jobs and stuff and are very clear, like, I'm not working a job that's going to suck the life out of me type vibes. Like, I get that. But I just, sometimes I feel like it's an extreme of, like, I am seasoned enough in my 30s to know that there's some things I won't do, but I also know, like, I feel like coming out of my coming out of the 20th decade, and as I get to 33, I get why a lot of my older friends were like, you feel like an adult in your 30s, but you feel brand new. You're a little different. You're not as, like, you're not thinking the same way that you would at that decade. And I get it. Like, I do think there's a little bit of a pause in your 30s. You're like, oh, the 40 and 50-year-olds telling us to shut the hell up sometimes, I get them a little bit now. what I told my friends in their 40s. Please smack some of us sometimes in our 30s. We be doing too much. We be doing too much. And we talk out the side of our neck. And I understand why some of my friends in their 40s are like, see, you are just 32 years old. Stop talking to me like that. Like, do you know I've lived it like an extra 8 years more than you? And I was like, okay, I wasn't trying to be like that, but you're right, because you've been on this planet longer than me. And it's not, again, that thing where you should give somebody respect just because they're older than you, but it's more of like, sometimes you think the wisdom comes from you living life, and it does, but sometimes it comes from people who've walked a life that you have lived who can tell you the truth. Where there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of things that happen that change your perspective. So if you're never open to it, what you end up doing is doing that thing people do where they're so caught up on one particular way or path that they end up cutting off opportunities if they would change their mind as they get older. And that's something that I try not to do. Which is why, like I said about the analogy about doing fashion and makeup, that was because I had people in my life who were like, see, you're so creative. Don't lose that part of you just because you're a scientist. It's one of the things my mentor told me as a photographer. He's like, do not lose that part of you. Explore that. That might actually drive you where you're going next. And he was right. Anyway, we're going back to an ad. Let me finish this so I can actually do some 14 again. Shoot, I knew I was going to do that. Going on my soliloquy rant. Pretty sure it's... Oh, shoot. Hold on. Okay, welcome back from the ads. I guess this thing I've been reiterating this whole stream, so I apologize for being a little repetitive, is that in order to live your life, I think it's a combination, at least for me, of like, yes, be very clear about what your negotiables and non are. Know what type of person you want to be. So, for example, for me, I've realized like I'm similar like my dad, where I can't be around people who are very malicious. It bothers me. It drains the life out of me, and I can't do it. I just don't like mean people. It's not my vibe. I get like, you know, standing up for yourself and being there for your friends, but genuinely speaking, like being around people who are just very like snarky and mean, I'm like, who are you to tell somebody how to live their life? What's wrong with you? Why are you like that? Like that bothers me. I'm not a mean girl. I'm a girl's girl. So I just can't do that. And I think that I'm really grateful on this note about the Twitch Guild of like just always being open to opportunities and not limiting my energy to things that drain me and make me go like, I don't know how this is going to work out. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm just going to live my life. And if something or someone or people or things are just like, okay, then I can't live my life like that. Like I can't live my life being like, there's a difference between being intuitive about something that you know you shouldn't do versus saying like, I can't be open to the possibility. Because that's my thing too about why in science, like there was the thing about people saying online about their careers. Like, as I've told y'all, when I was in school, I got a book about Harvard. Like, I got a book that was like a Harvard Medical School book about medicine. And my brain was like, in middle school, oh, I might want to go to medical school. So I made that choice. I was like, I was absolutely certain that I would do that, right? Like, that I would go to medical school. So, you know, I got good grades, was valedictorian in my middle school class. And I went on to high school. Did great in school, went to college. I thought I would be an English and biology major. And then I realized over time with my grades and stuff that I liked science, but like I didn't like the way that science didn't answer those questions to me of like what's going on in my world and why people were dealing with different systems that they were dealing with. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I don't too many twists. Yes, I knew I was going to do that. But I was so hell-bent on going to medical school for the longest time. And then what ended up happening was that, I took some classes, I did okay, but I didn't do the best, whatever. And I always was asking myself back then, like, why is this not working out the way I want? Like, why can't I have this thing, right? Like, why is it not doing the thing I wanted to do? And hold on, we're gonna do like 10 more minutes as I'll be able to finish this, so apologies. I've been talking too much instead of like keeping myself on schedule. And then we'll switch to 14 for an hour. It's gonna be, like I said, not too long because I didn't want to stream long tonight after going so long yesterday. Yeah. But what ended up happening in undergrad was that I ended up having a semester that was really awful because of circumstances that I don't feel comfortable going on stream. It's just let me tell you, it was just a lot of really bad stuff that I was like, deaf, disability, just a lot of really awful things where I just couldn't focus. I should have taken time off from school, but I didn't. So what ended up happening after that really bad semester was that I was like, okay, this is not working. So what do I need to do? So I started exploring, figuring out where I can switch things and everything. And I made the choice to switch my degree. So that's when I decided to be like, all right, I took all these science classes. I did all this other stuff. What do I like? I realized I liked cultural studies, language communication, and science to the degree that I liked it. So I switched my major to neuroscience and psychology. Originally I was going to do like biology and Chinese. I wanted another language, but I decided not to. And when I did that switch, I was really shocked. Like, I liked my classes. I still got the biology that I loved, but I got to take classes in like anthropology, sociology, cultural studies, and actually learn about systems, but also people and biology and plants and animals and stuff. So I remember distinctively my senior year of high school, not high school, but college, where I ended up being exposed to some students in graduate school. And at the time, they were doing some really good research on positive psychology and like health systems through the Office of Health Promotion at my school. And guess what their degrees were in? Their degrees were in public health, in the program that I would end up going to school for about a year or two later. And at the time, I was confused. I was like, I don't know what public health is. I don't know what any of this is. I'm confused. I thought I was going to go to medical school. Like, why can't I do that? But then my brain over time, after I stopped being so adamant about it, was like, let me just figure this out and try it and see and think about it instead of being so caught and trying to be right about what I am not familiar with. So I went with those students. I helped them on their project. I got more involved in the research. And during my gap year, even though my plan was originally to go to get the degree and go back to medical school, after I got my degree, I realized, like, I don't want to be a doctor. This fits more. So, like I posted on socials, once I went to get my master's, I was like, okay, I want to be a scientist. And then after that, I went to the workforce for a while. And, well, as y'all know, the rest is here. It's history. Because 7 years later, I'm here going to go get a doctoral degree after working nonprofits, like having all types of jobs, working with all types of people all over the world. But I guess I'm sharing it to say, like, in my 20s, I was so adamant about my life being a particular way, only for me to get humbled in my 20s to be like, you're not doing that. You're not doing that. And people could be like, well, if you just tried harder. No. Because every step of that path, there were things that coming up in front of me that were like, you should try this, explore it, see what happens, think about it. And don't do that thing where you think about something for 2 seconds and then change your mind and be stubborn. Actually change your mind and see. And if you really hate it, don't do it. But like, dead ass, like, I changed my commitment that I was stubborn about for, I want to say, a good 10 years of my life as a kid. Again, I'm a kid, so maybe that doesn't mean much, to where now as an adult, I do not regret not going to medical school. I do not regret it. If anything, I'm really glad it did not work out that way. But had I been really stubborn about it, I would have been miserable deciding to do that. So I share that to say, as somebody who has been there in my 20s, I get it. But you need to live a little bit more. Explore. Figure it out. Let people expose you to things. Have fun. And sometimes it's not going to be your friends that change your mind. It'll be a random stranger. Or I've had friends who changed my mind. Like, I remember my one friend, shout out to her. She's currently with her partner traveling, doing stuff safely. She's in public health. But she even told me, she's like, see, you should really think about, like, the stuff that you do. You should think about, like, actually doing your own way. I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. Fam, I'm streaming. She was right. And in my realm of possibilities, I was like, there's no fucking way I could do that. But now I'm here, so. That's what I'm saying. Like, you just never know. And people are like, oh, I don't want to think about that. I'm like, well, why not? Why not? Anyway, I'll stop talking like a philosopher. I will finish up this pattern and we'll go to Final Fantasy 14. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. As Toko said in the chat, I saw that message. I do sound like a philosopher's stone a little too much, but it's fine. So, and this is me being honest and saying, like, I'm imagining my 33rd year of life is going to humble me in that way too. I've already said on the last few streams that, like, sorry, I'm trying to make sure I get this. It's cross, twist, cross. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure I didn't do that wrong. The more I let myself be humbled about what life can bring instead of being so caught up in what I should do or how it has to look, even if that contradicts me saying what I said yesterday of, like, I know who I am type of thing, the more I'm open to the possibilities of things that could be different. And the more my life kind of opens up in ways I didn't think it ever would. And so I don't, as an adult, especially for those of you who are much younger than me, as adults, like, obviously I don't want people to say what I'm saying is, like, you know, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But also I have been there where I've said before, like, I have thought I would never do something, and then I did the exact fucking opposite 6 months later. Just don't say that stuff. You just don't know. You just don't know who's going to change your life. You don't know who you're going to meet. You don't know who you're going to talk to. And if you really hate it, you don't have to do it. But I'm just saying, like, my life has been a lot of, like, I never thought I would do this, and now I'm doing that damn thing. And that's my story. And I'm happy. I'm so liberated by that. I don't feel annoyed with myself. Hold on, I'm missing things in the chat. No worries. Thanks for lurking. Watching, okay, commenting, make sure I count as a viewer. No worries. I appreciate that. I know with all the changes happening on Twitch. And also thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy my shenanigans as I go on my TED Talk rants. I think the thing about it is that I've been so liberated because I have just said, these are the things I want. However, I'm open to what actually fits me. Which is why, like I said about the medical school thing, I was fine not doing that. Because I was like, if that's not meant for me and I keep getting fundamentally blocked, sure. And especially going through the last 5-6 years, I have no regrets. Yeah, I don't know why Automod thought I was a bad word, Sugi. That was kind of weird. I don't know why they did that either. So sorry about that. I guess my big thing is be open to changing your mind and give yourself a lot of time to do that. Because I've on the other end of that too, unfortunately, I've had people who've really screwed themselves who say late to me later, like, damn, I really wish I had been more open-minded to this. Or damn, I really wish I had, like, actually listened to this person. Or just the different types of variations of that's to me how regret happens, where it's like, you really just were so stringent on something that you cut off what possibilities you might have had because you just were so stuck on it. I can't consensually woo anybody here. Automod on the stick. I'm crying. Kinky, you got me cracking up. And for me, I can say fundamentally, as much as I have lived the life that I have, and I, you know, there's some things maybe I would have done a little different. Some, I genuinely feel like I don't have any regrets. because I haven't done things like there's some decisions I had to make that I'm not proud of because of the circumstances I was dealing with, and that's one thing. But like I can genuinely say on this stream right now that I have lived a life where I don't have regrets because I've been open while also being very honoring of myself and other people. And I, unfortunately, as you get older, it's going to be harder to do that if you are so hell bent on having your life be something where you are never open to different possibilities. You will screw yourself doing that. And that's to me the just the truth. And maybe it's because I've had experiences and have talked to a lot of older folks, which my other plug of the day is talk to older people like decades older than you. Please listen to them. Sometimes they have wisdom you don't want to hear, but they're actually right. Even though sometimes they can be annoying. But you're young. Of course you get annoyed by older people telling you shit that might be universal truth. I know I do. Like my dad used to say stuff. Like one of the things my dad told me when I was younger is that like you need to make sure if you have one good friend in your corner, you are doing something right in life. And he never told me to have a lot of friends, even though I love all of y'all who are my friends. But he was always like, have one good friend. If you have one good friend, you are doing better than a lot of other people right now. Somebody who you can call if something goes wrong. And as an adult, I get that. Have that friend. Shout out to Leslie. But I have that one friend where no matter what happens, she's always ready. She's like, what's good? And I'm grateful for that. But it's those like things that I get from actually listening to older people and not treating them like they're just wrong or that you're just whatever. And not in a forceful way. Because again, I get boomers and the jokes with that. Because some people can be really mean and saying stuff that's like, that's not ever going to happen for this person. Don't say that. But I think sometimes people forget that when you're young, you can be really arrogant. You can be really arrogant when you're young. And you think you know better than people who've been walking on this earth longer than you. And I think that's funny to me. Because for me, I check myself and my mentors have checked me where I'm like, no, they were right. I didn't want to hear it, but they were right. They were right. Where is this coming from? Hold on. Something's wrong with this? Because I'm like, where did this... Sorry, I'm going to have to tear this down because I'm like... I do think we're in a time right now where things are not going to be the same as a lot of like older folks. So I do think to folks who are older, there is a thing of nostalgia factor where it's like, we don't live the same life that y'all do. Y'all had different opportunities from us and you kind of robbed that from millennials and Gen Z and Gen Alpha. So yes, that is a conversation piece, but I do think some of these universal truths of like, you just don't know what you're talking about until you've actually gone through it or if you've actually like sat with yourself and actually been that age. Yeah, I get that now. I use a medical school example because, again, I think that's one that's palatable because a lot of people at one point are like, oh, I want to be a doctor. I did too, but universe is like, you're not doing that. You would hate that. And yeah, it's true. I would have hated being a doctor. As much as I love people and, science and biology fascinates the shit out of me. But I would not have been a great doctor in the sense of like, I thought I would have based on like what I knew about myself, but I think some of the aspects of it that I liked, I actually didn't. So it made it easier as I got older to be like, actually, I was wrong. That's the worst fucking thing I could do for myself. And then other things where I was like, I'm a scientist, but I can't do this, right? And then my art science friends or people go like, actually you can. Who told you that? And well, I wouldn't be streaming right now talking to you if that wasn't what I was told. So that's all. I don't have that much of an ego where I can't be humbled and told. And that, again, it goes back to what's my mantra that I always say, that this goes on when people say, if you can tell me what to do, you can tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. But if you can't tell me what to do because you're speaking from a place of like you're just being stubborn, then you can't tell me what to do. That's all. And the ads are starting again, so you'll be back in a second as I fix this for the 100th time. Yeah, I think I threaded this in a way where this didn't work the way I wanted it to be. I say that because, again, I have friends who are living completely different lives that I thought they wouldn't be living by the time we were this age, and I'm happy for them. So. Oh, it's so funny, though. Wait, shoot. Let's see. Cross. There we go. I was like, something's off with this. There we go. I was really confused. I was like, what the hell? Welcome back from the ads. That's not gonna be a thing where it's gonna be 3 times. I'm gonna fix that. Just a heads up. But again, sometimes people don't want to hear that. So I remember times in my life where it's like, I don't want to hear something like that. And I was like, it's fine. And now looking at my younger self, I'm like, girl, you don't want to hear that because you don't want to accept that. And well, I got humbled and now I'm like, all right, life. All right, I understand now. That's annoying as hell, but you know what? Whatever. You'll just be surprised the dramatic changes that can happen between, I feel like, any time in your life. You'd be surprised. You would be surprised some of the things that I know of people who did stuff that I'm like, wow, I didn't think you'd ever do that. And they were like, I didn't either, but now I'm here. So, hi Ella, welcome in. I don't think your command went off either. But I'm thinking it might be what folks were saying earlier, where if folks don't say something in the stream, instead of just lurking, it doesn't trigger. There it is. Yep, I'm going to fix that. And thank you, Ella. Thank you for the congratulations in terms of Twitch Guild shenanigans. Wait. I appreciate that. And also, y'all should go check out Ella. They play some really dope games. They're cool and awesome. Yeah, they have to say something in the chat for it to go. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the confirmation. I've been going on my rant about, because Ella, you're in your 30s too. I've been ranting this whole stream about, like, sometimes, because I've been following a lot of the folks who make K-pop Demon Hunters, and one thing that one of them said was that your 20s to your 30s is such a vastly different fucking thing, and it's really strange until you get there. Don't age. My bad, Ella. My bad. We have the same birthday. I don't mean to call you out. My bad. Just ignore what I said, y'all. We don't know Ella's age. Yeah, so like we've talked about before, for example, like I don't know, like I've been trying to balance it, of course, where I've said, like, if you really know what you're about, know what you're about. But, like, I'm immortal, obviously. Yes, of course. And immortal bad. We love it here. I wasn't supposed to know. See, damn. I'm sorry. That's what I'm saying. Pretend you didn't hear that. I love when I have people who are born the same year. So I'm like, let's go. But ignore me, y'all. Ella's immortal. She's a baddie for all of eternity. Ignore what I just said. But I was saying, like, I don't know how it's for you, Ella, in your 30s, but, like, I know you're kidding, or I know we're joking here, but, like, I've been saying, like, the thing that I've noticed for me, and maybe it's different for everybody else, like, I'm so vastly different from every single year I was in my, like, 20s to my 30s, and it's so strange. But also, like, I've had camps people who are very sure about themselves, and they stay committed to that in their 30s, and then some people who are in the middle ground, like, oh, I never do that, and then they do the exact opposite, like, a year or two later, and then I've had people who are like, oh, I'm definitely gonna do that thing, and then they decide, like, a year later, fuck no. Excuse my language. And it's just so funny to me because, like, I feel like, yeah, I wouldn't do it. Exactly, and that's my point. Like, I wouldn't do that shit again. Because every single year of your 20s, you're like, what the fuck is happening? And then you think you're certain about something, and then you hit, like, like every other year, you're just like, nope. And even till, Ella, I don't know for you, but even till the last fucking year, it was always something. And I was like, what is going on? Get me out of this decade. Get me out of here. But my 30s, oh, I'd do it again. It's been it's been chaotic, but not in the same way. But yeah, I just I wouldn't do it again. And I'm laughing because I'm panicking, but I wouldn't do it again. Oh my god. And like I said, some of the stuff I said in my 20s, I was like, oh, stop. Exactly. And that's really what it is. It's a becoming. So I know, like, again, I'm not judging my younger self. You're in your 20s. You're supposed to fuck around and screw around and say shit and then change your mind and then say shit again and change your mind again. It's how that decade works to me. But now that I'm in my early 30s, I'm like, yeah, no. I get why my friends laughed at me. Well, not laugh, but they would be like, girl, sit down. You stressing too much. You doing too much. Or like I've been saying too, like, you have to be open to possibilities of things that you maybe wouldn't have considered. And I know for me, like in my 20s, I met so many different types of people where now in my 30s, it's more like sitting with like, what do I actually need for myself? What makes sense now? What am I actually not talking out the side of my neck now that I've had experiences? My friends have been through in and out of their situations. People are now settling into their lives a little bit, and people are still uncertain about stuff that they want to do at this decade. So like, how do I carve my path out in a way where it's not that uncertainty, it's more of that becoming in my 30s? Because again, every single year of my 20s, you could not pay me to go back to. And if you've had a great decade, that's fine. You just couldn't pay me. I would look at you like, I'd rather... I was about to say a violent analogy and I stopped. And I'm going to stop it here, y'all, because I don't want to go too much longer. Just know, like, I'll show y'all the finished product off stream. I do want to play some Final Fantasy, and then we're going to wrap up in an hour. I do not want to go past, like 9:50, to be honest, with stuff I need to do today. Or even earlier than that. Well, Genki, that's why I'm telling you, like, you could not pay me. And that's the thing, Ella. That's what pisses me off. Like for women too, like, dog, we don't even get a chance. Like, we figure shit out, and then there's so many messages by the time you are like 25 that you're just screwed if you're not pretty. And I'm like, baby, the propaganda is real, because dead ass, I have the sexiest I've ever been in my fucking 30s. And I'm to your point, Ella, I cannot wait to fucking age. Cannot wait to age. Y'all can have it. I don't give a fuck. Let me enjoy being young, but goddamn, I cannot wait to be fucking ancient. Stop playing with me. I'm the sexiest I'm ever gonna be. I'm not insecure as fuck. It's amazing in this decade. Stop it. Like, stop the propaganda. There's nothing that I want to do that I just want to be sexy in this decade. Leave me alone. But the propaganda about being like past 25 makes me angry, because when I hear people, no shade, who are like, I am so whatever, I'm like, I want wrinkles. Give me wrinkles and gray hair. And like you said, I want to be a bad bitch in my 60s. I don't give a shit about being young. I don't know half the world. So I want to be seasoned. Like, I want my face to reflect the wrinkles that I would have lived a life and not talked out the side of my neck. I don't want to be like young forever. The obsession with being young makes me angry. And I'm sorry for going on a rant, but it just makes me mad, because I'm like, half of y'all have not been on this planet long enough. You weren't even around when there weren't iPads. What are you talking about? You don't want to be 40. I want to be 40. I want to look my age. Because like for me, I'm petite and tiny. Like, that you coming from my bifocals. Jesus Christ, my glasses. Like, I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. Snaps to your point. Like, I'm at an age where like, I am so happy with my body, myself, who I am. You cannot talk to me any type of way, and I cannot wait to be older. Exactly. Like, when we're in our 30s and 40s, it's such a baller fucking time. And he were like, oh, but what if you have XYZ? I don't know any woman, no matter what choice they made, who is not happy in their 30s and 40s. Now, this other bullshit with like gender stuff where people are talking about like, oh, the loneliness epidemic. I'm like, that is self-imposed. And I'm just going to say that because in my 30s, I'm having so much more fucking fun than I ever had in my 20s. And I loved my 20s for what they did. But God, the propaganda about like, oh my God, if you do this thing, your life's fucked for life. I'm like, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Like all the sexiest people I know are in their 30s and 40s. They're still living their best life, regardless of their circumstances. Kids or not, married or not, they are fucking killing it. And I am excited for that shit. I do not want to ever be young forever. Fuck that, excuse my language. I am anti-youth. Well, not anti-youth, because I don't discriminate against like younger people, but it's one of those things of like I'm not falling for that propaganda. Like, let me enjoy being my age, but like dead ass, like I just want to live like I've seasoned. I don't want to be fighting. I don't want people to be like, oh, you're 40 now. You're ancient. I'm like, man, if I'm 40 making dresses and like being a bad bitch and like being cool as hell, fuck yes. Give me that. I don't want to be 20s doing stuff, but I know, yeah. Like, my mom looks like she's fucking 30 at 60. She don't have 3 kids. And she don't look a day over 35. And that is so funny to me. People will walk up there and be like, hey, little mama, let me whisper in your ear. Like, some dude on that same note. And Ginky, I know, I saw your post, by the way. And we're going to wrap it up here, y'all. I can fix this. But either way, I'm going to show y'all the finished product. And then we're going to do fans and spiders next time. I'm just wrapping up my rant before we play 14. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk for the last couple of hours. But getting to your point, that's why we always like talk about it, where it's like every single year of my 20s, I thought something different. And it's not because I didn't know myself, it's because there was so much shit going on every year that I really am glad that like I learned earlier on and had people in my life tell me like, you think you're going to be like this, you might change your mind. Or if you're really set on this, be about it. Just stand on business, but you be open-minded. Not you, Ella. I'm screeching. And to that point, like, my mom always gets clocked. So one, she always gets hit on. People think she's 35. And then we go out together, even when we're masked, people will be like, oh, like, hey, little mama, let me whisper in your ear type wild. Y'all in the chat are sending me so bad. But like, she don't look a day over 35, and she's lived a very fulfilled life. She got to go computer science. She, like I told y'all before, she got to be a computer scientist. She was hanging out with my dad. They got married young. They were single, no kids. Then kids happened by accident. Still lived a good life, traveled, doing shit. And now they're both like getting ready to plan for retirement. All their kids is grown, and they're like, go live your life. I'm happy. I have no regrets. And my parents told me like nothing that they planned in their life was something they said they would ever do. They were just open and were just kind of like, whatever happens, happens. I got my wife. I'm gonna be alright. That's my queen. Like my dad is such a romantic, but he's dead ass like, this is my girl. Whatever she wants, I'm gonna do. That's why I tell y'all, like, I might say thank you for the shoujo, but my dad was a very good role model for me. Along with my brother, he's very much a gentleman. He looks like a supermodel. It's funny. But my, like, the men in my life are very much models for me. It's like, I do not let y'all treat me any type of way, because if you not going to step correct, don't step to me. I'm good. But my dad is not, like, my dad says, like, I'm not as smart as your mama. I'm not on her level, but I treat her like the queen that she is. And whatever she wants, I'm going to make it happen for her. And they were friends for years before they dated. And he has been consistent for 50 of them. He was cool. He was like, whatever you want to do, I'm going to do it for you. Let's make it happen. As long as you're in my life, I want to make you happy. And I want to be happy with you. So if that's this or that, that's cool. but I want to build something authentic with you. He's very much a Capricorn. My dad's a Capricorn, my mom's Scorpio, so maybe that explains it a little bit too. But like, it was a very good model for me, even though my parents aren't perfect, where they were very much like, we're going to be happy regardless. We're going to be happy regardless. All this other rigmarole, as my parents said, we don't give a shit about that. Y'all doing too much. And their team, and they were fine. Like, they were fine no matter what happened. All my parents cared about was being like who they were, having fun, living a life that was fulfilling, and like actually being happy and having community. They very much grew up around a lot of different types of people and had a lot of fun in life, so they enjoyed what they did. And now that they're in their 60s and 70s, I'm happy they're getting ready to retire. To be honest with you, all the way the world's going on right now, I'm ready for them to retire. Be like, y'all need to go ahead and retire. Exactly. And it was never about a compromise, so it's not like, oh my God, one bent in a way that was problematic. It was more like, my dad told my mom, you are my best friend, so whatever you want, I'm willing to do it, and we will do it together as a team. And it was never overwhelming. Like my it's the thing to the point where like the only person my mom will ever cry with is my dad. Now of course I've seen her cry, of course I've been there for my mom, but like he's the only person. So this is a sad thought, and that's why I'm gonna get emotional over time, but like my parents are, I know the couple that they're gonna go out together probably. That's how much I know they love each other, and it makes me so fucking sad. But they have been in each other's lives since they were 15 years old, and they're about to be 65. So that's what I mean on this long soliloquy about like aging and stuff, where it's like my parents weren't looking for each other. They weren't looking for what they were looking for. They weren't even looking to have no fucking kids. They weren't looking for anything. They were just trying to be them. And look at that. And unless I'm saying like when you know yourself, that's stand on business. Don't change your mind. Like that's friendship, job wise, even like again, this thing of propaganda of like, oh my God, I don't want to be like 40. I'm like, I want to be wrinkled. Jesus. I want to be wrinkled. So bad. But to y'all's point, and this is the ads, I'm probably not gonna wrinkle because I wanted to look older in my teens and 20s, and I'm 32, and like the way I get mistaken, especially with my mask on, as like a freaking like college kid still, I'm like, Jesus. Then my mom will make a joke. She's just like, oh, you know you're not gonna look that old, right? I'm like, leave me alone, Mom. That's not great. Because I feel like when people meet me, they're like, you're so tiny and cute. Like, hello. And then I'll open my mouth like, oh my God, you're like ancient. And I'm like, thanks. Whiplash. So anyway. Not the raisins and then the goblins comment is sending me so bad. But that's my rant. Like I said, you have to know what you are about, and you got to be open. That's all. That's how I live my life. I'm open. I know myself, but I'm open now in this decade. Anyway, like I said, we're going to finish this on stream. Thank you so much for listening to my TED Talk. I've gone on way too many rants. I promise you I won't do that as often. Maybe not in the future. I don't know if this has helped anybody hearing my perspective, but I know it's a privilege again. I've had a lot of like people in my life, parents, cousins, family members, friends who are very community oriented. So that's why I love people, even though people do really insidious things. So that's why I don't ever get upset. Welcome back from the ads. I'm just wrapping up as we switch to 14. But I don't ever really get upset. But that's why, for me, I'm very community oriented. So I always tell people, like, be open. Oh, yes, and thank you, Ella. I hope I said something earlier, but yes, thank you for the congratulations on the Black Twitch Guild. Unity Guild. I'm really excited. I'm going to be... Like, just like in Pinecone, where I, like, peruse in, like, chat, I'll probably be in the Discord just being goober, being like, what's good? I see there's a co-working channel, so I'm hoping to jump in there with the other black folks and just say hi. And, I've been looking for, like, just along with, like, all of us who talk about fashion and makeup, I've been wanting to do a lot of that, too. So I'm really excited. That's what I mean, where, like, I'm very open in this part of my life of just, like, kind of doing what makes sense and not... But also being open. I think when you're used to a certain set of circumstances and conditions, you kind of get used to a routine, but sometimes it's good. As my late mentor said, of every 3 to 5 years, pivot. Do something different. Explore. See what happens. And she was right. Because I said, what, 5 years ago? Yeah, it's about every 5 years from me I do something different. And hi, welcome in. It's lovely to see you. Is it Enom? Let me know if I'm saying your name right. But I like the name, though. How you doing? I am finishing up my rant about stuff as I do my lace pattern on stream. And then we're going to play Final Fantasy 14. But I hope you're doing well today. Anyway, that's my life lesson. I've had the privilege of having a lot of community-oriented people. So, like, I've been around people who are really what people talk about when it's like, hi, I'm Jinx Nemesis. Nice to meet you. I'm crying. Not the Nemesis. Well, it's nice to meet you. I appreciate your comments, buys. We love Jinx around here. Speaking of my mother, she's just texting me about like the Flossie maybe dig into what I'm good at, funny enough. Yeah, like I'm very much, if there's one thing, if there's nothing else you can take, is that like I've learned, like, live your life, be firm, but also don't be so inflexible that you're not open to the possibilities. I come from a very like community oriented environment and background, which I'm very privileged from as a Black person. I come from people who are very much grounded in community. So for me, my community is older, younger people, kids, aunties, uncles, like people who took care of each other regardless. So it's never something that like, just if you talking Jinx, just saying my name on him, just say my name is Rod. So I'm crying. Not the immediate. Sorry, my mom. We do Christmas things together as a family, so she's messaging about some of the stuff she wants to get. She has all these Christmas things for Disney, and my dad's just like, all right, where do you want this, babe? And I'm like, over there, please. They're so cute. My parents are like, I talk about them like literally. No, I believe you. I believe you. We love Jinx and Hells, but I believe you. They're so cute. Like, nothing has changed about their relationship. They're just very much like, yeah, we love each other. That's my babe. That's my boo thing. I want to retire and take her around the world. That's how it's gonna happen. My parents are gonna retire together, and they're gonna be like, y'all are grown. Bye. Because my parents traveled and did stuff too, even with us. But they're gonna do things like, y'all do your own fucking thing. We don't care what you decide to do. We just want y'all to be happy, and then we're gonna go have fun. We're gonna go be old and die together, and that's their thing. So. But they're very community oriented, which is why, like, for me, during times like this, like I've been saying, like, I don't get caught up in people being like, people aren't good. It's that thing I said the other day where it's like, yes, you do need to save yourself and care about yourself, and people can save you. There are people to meet who are kind, who are awesome, who are dope. Don't ever give up living life. Don't ever think you won't do something. Don't ever think you won't be good at something. You just don't know. You know, all the not the enemies, but still we love each other. The friendship, I'm feeling the camaraderie and friendship here. I'm crying. But that's just it. I think that we're in a time right now where it feels very volatile and things feel very unwieldy. At the same time, though, like, having parents who grew up during the civil rights movement, who were on one of the first groups to be integrated in the United States, and then my grandma actually being on the cusp of folks who were born a little bit after Jim Crow. Like, I just don't really get caught up in some of the ways people think about things, but it's also because, like, I've heard people from all over the world talk, and knowing history in terms of things, there's a lot of life worth living, even if it's really bad, some of the bad. And as long as you got people in your corner and community and you're willing to do that, it'll be fine. It won't be perfect, but it'll be okay. Don't stress yourself out too much. Because I feel like I've lived, to the rant earlier, I feel like I've lived like 40 different lives in 32 years. But I'm still happy. I'm still very happy with how my life is turning out. So, and I asked my mom the other day, it's like, do you regret like anything you've done? She's like, no. I was like, why? It's like, everything that happened that was supposed to happen happened. I wouldn't have done any different. I don't regret having y'all. I don't regret like changing my path a little bit. I'm happy. I'm okay. She was open, but she lived her life. Now she's 65. She's enjoying her kids, and we talk about Mandalorian, and she's living her best life in her 60s. So and she has wrinkles, but she's still young and hearty. black don't crack type vibes. But yeah. Same thing with my dad. Except for my dad hated the fact that he lost his hair. He's like, damn, I'm bald. And I'm like, all right, Dad. But he's good. So that's why I was, as a final wrap up for this, like, I am open. I'm assured, but I'm open. But I don't like being around stubborn people. As a Taurus rising, you would think I wouldn't. I would love stubbornness, but it's probably my Aries and some of my things where it's like, no, I'm not that stubborn. I can change my mind. I might change my mind. You never know. Oh, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Please enjoy in terms of shenanigans. And if you're wondering, I'm doing good. Well, I mean, I could be stubborn too. It's just more like, I guess I'm flexible. I'm very flexible because, like I said with my medical school example, I thought for the longest time that I was going to go to medical school for 10, 15 years, I think I said ish. And that didn't happen. And I wouldn't let it go. And then it happened. I was like, oh. And I think it's a privilege to be able to know certainty, but it's that thing where people try to say that humans are logical. I'm like, humans are not logical. That's not a true statement. And people argue with me like that, where they're saying like, well, like I don't use my emotions. Excuse my language, but motherfucker, like we have feelings. You don't make rational decisions of a human being. You just make decisions. You still are making decisions based off your emotions, which is a very human thing to do. So to your point, Ella, even being stubbornness comes from you choose to not want to be rocked in uncertainty. Not you, Ella, but like that the state of being stubborn, right? You know, in that terms of things. So I think when people say that humans can be logical and can be devoid of emotion, it's hilarious to me because I'm like, our brains don't work like that. Most of our feelings are run off feelings, which is why for me, I don't hate vulnerability, but you don't see me lambasting adults or older people who aren't harming me. And why I love talking to older people. I do. I love talking, like, some of the people I work with in my LACE organization, they're 60, 70 years old. I love talking to them. They're so much fun. And people are so mean to older people. And I'm like, why? Do you not like the fact that they can't run as agile as you now? Like, what's wrong? But I'm not afraid of being vulnerable. So to me, a part of it sometimes where I clock people who are like, oh, I don't like the fact that they're so weak. Why? What about them not being up to your able-bodiedness is bothering you? What is the problem here? So again, I appreciate Ella. I think you're dope. I think you're cool. I don't mind that. What I don't care for is like people are not as open-minded as they think they are. And then they get mad at you for saying it. And I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm just like, I've thought about a lot of stuff. Thought a lot of stuff. And you just never know. And like having parents who taught me, one, to question authority, do not take things at face value, and you just never know how you might change your mind if you meet the right person or if you meet the right people or get in the right environments. You might change something that you never thought you'd do, and that's okay. And it's not as bad as you think it might be, unless something that you intuitively know, like, fuck no. But that's very hard to glean out, because I think a lot of people say that it's intuition when it's like, is it anxiety? Is it fear? Is it uncertainty? Is it your fear of like being attached to somebody? Is it your fear of like you being kind of selfish? I don't know. Ask yourself if that's really what it is versus like, oh, I'd never do that thing. Okay. Basically, it's my philosophy of, until you know why you won't do something, like really know why, and unless you know you're absolutely unmovable in every single thing, I just don't take, I'm not the type of person where I'm like, I would never do something. I would never say shit like that. Like, even for me, as much as I say, for example, like civil and human rights, like I care about that type of stuff. However, that is also under the assumption that like I am going to, at some point, have to check in and check myself about things that maybe I'm not familiar with or don't have the lived experience for. So that's why I say, in that same vein, I'm never going to act like I haven't ever said something problematic, and I won't ever say something problematic in the future. But that's being amendable to my humanity. And that's where I think people screw themselves up sometimes. Like it's this perfectionism thing, and then it's this thing of like you just are really adamant that you just won't. And I just at this age in my 30s, I've let that go. I've let that go so much. And I'm so much happier not being so stringent like that. I'm not as stressed and unwieldy. Anyway, I don't know if it's just my rant, but it's fine. I used to teach kids anyway and adults, so it comes out when I stream. Okay, so we're gonna play Final Fantasy 14 for 45 minutes. So for those of you who've been co-working with me, hearing me talk, thank you so much for joining me. My lace looks great. I'm actually looking at my pattern. I'm so proud of myself. This motif I'll probably finish. I'll show you along with the other stitches, and I'll show y'all at the next co-working what this looks like, and then we'll get started for fans and spiders. I'm actually really proud of myself because of the fact that I was able to do this while yammering so much and like actually doing the stitches right. They are really good. So I'll probably stamp these down. I'll show you what I mean, where when you make the pattern, you want to stamp these down so that way they stay together, even though it's cotton, so it's not going to be too bad. And then we're going to play a little bit of 14. I might do a little bit of Endwalker, but like we might just fuck around and do dailies. I don't know. Or Fall Guys, because if I'm only streaming until 10ish, it's not enough time to do enough Endwalker storyline. I will for my friends who want me to get through it faster. I will do more sooner than later. And I do want to talk to some folks. If you're free, who you know who you are, but no pressure. I was just talking about what my spouse said today, why I conservatively hate the LGBTQ community, and I think it's jealousy. Not necessarily they identify as that, but they're jealous of seeing people coming out, being unapologetic, them rouse the other aisle up. They have things deep inside and stuff they need to work on, and seeing others be free and accepted hurts them. Yeah, exactly, Ella. Like, on that same note, like, a lot of deep-rooted hatred comes from people really not being able to be themselves. And as I say, revolution starts in the body. Shout out to Dana Lynn Nichols who said that. That's another black woman who quoted that. And the reason why I say that often is because like in order to liberate other people in terms of like building community, you have to know yourself enough and liberate yourself. So even this conversation about vulnerability, like it comes from a praxis for me of like being around people in my life who have not been able bodied. And me myself, not, I have my things and everything too, and navigating systems, health systems with family and loved ones. So people take for granted when I say stuff about like, for example, I could bring up COVID, but I could bring up a disease or whatever. They think I'm coming at them from a way of like, I'm telling you that you're not doing the best thing when it's coming from a place of like, when you are not able bodied, it is not fun. And my friends and loved ones who are disabled are happy being themselves. If you have an issue with them being who they are and it bothers you, that's a you problem. I make accommodations for my friends. I mask everywhere with my friends. We're having fun, even when the world is not being kind to them and accessible. My friends are in their wheelchairs. My friends have their canes. It's not a thing. You all are making things inaccessible, and that's excuse my language, your fucking problem. And I don't have to be friends with you or around you if you don't want to change your behavior. Because I can't control other people, but I can control myself and unlearn ableism. And I'm saying it from a place of like genuine love, of not being cruel to people. But to your point, Ella, like it's coming from a place of like you are dealing with some shit that has nothing to do with these people who are okay with who they are. They're just talking about systems that are making it inaccessible for them to do stuff. But me hanging out with my friend and doing what I got to do so that I can see them, masking is not that big of a fucking deal. Just like me going to a concert where my friend I can push them in their wheelchair and help them get where they got to go, or they're going in their wheelchair, is not that serious. You are just being weird about it. So unlearn that or like get on about your business. But don't make it a problem for me. Because like I always say, like, it's a privilege that I've had people in my life, but I've grown up with so many people who are different from me that it's just my normal. So when people are weird about it, that's when I'm like, oh, you're being goofy. Like, and not the haha funny way, but then I'm like, I need you to leave. And that's the other thing too of like, whatever you got to work on that shit. But I've been around community where like we take care of each other, we look out for each other. Like, I don't hate myself. So If you got a problem with you, that's something you gotta work out, boo. That ain't got nothing to do with me. So it's a lot of that for sure. Of a lot of people who obviously there are systemic issues that are problematic as hell in terms of oppression, but in general, yeah, to your point, it is about like you don't like yourself and you're making it everybody else's fucking problem. And people are too scared to say stuff when I'm like, baby, I'll cuss you out. I don't have time. I'm not that girl. I can make the time. Exactly. And there's the ads as soon as I try to switch to 14. So yeah, I don't know. I do not know. I did not mean to ramble as much as long as I did, but that's fine. After the ads, I'll play 14 and then we'll wrap up. Probably just do dailies or just screw around with the Fall Guys thing. I ran out of time, my bad. So, but we always have something to learn, and that's just my philosophy in life. If we have something to learn, then it'll be fine. It'll be fine. But if you're not open, you're gonna miss some things, and that's why studying intersectionality. I often ask what's not being said in a space versus what's being said, and if there's certain topics that aren't coming up, then I'm like, okay, there's probably a reason why that is. Maybe you should ask why. Welcome back from the ads. And I've had friends who come from walks of life where there are people, their communities are oppressed, or people will talk about like they're gone. Like my indigenous friends, like I've talked about before, they always complain and rant how people are like, we're still here, y'all. There are still indigenous people who are still here on this planet right now. Why are you talking about my people as if we're all gone? Yes, there has been horrific things like done against my communities, and that's something that needs to be said. And I'm still here. So it's a lot of that too, where I'm just like, no. That and I'm not an eco-fascist, so sorry, you're not getting that from me either. Not a fascist. Saying shit like humans don't deserve to live is very fascist to me. Who gets to make that choice? Why do people get to make that choice? I don't really agree with that. I don't know. And stop tolerating intolerable shit. Like, God, stop being kind to people who are assholes. Don't do that. And I'm not saying, like, I'm the type of person where, yes, I do think unlearning can happen if the opportunity is open, but stop moving the Overton window, which is the phenomenon of like people who tolerate intolerable people. And that's why you get people where it's like, if you're at a table and there's one Nazi and everybody's sitting talking to the Nazi, it's like, so you have 11 Nazis. That's what that is. Like, you cannot be around people who are problematic as hell and think that doesn't speak to you. Exactly. Born to live a life of whimsy, but forced to fight fascism. That's my vibe. Welcome to my life. Shaking hands. Solidarity. Right on the street. But again, I'm not a political streamer. It's just that my ethos. I'm black. Like, I don't have the luxury not to think about these things. But it doesn't mean I have to make... Like, it's the two things that black people tell you all the time. We have two things we do. We say we can be black or we can die. People dehumanize us all the time, right? But at the end of the day, it means that I'm that much more obnoxious and whimsy for that reason. And you cannot tell me that I still can't not live a well-lived life no matter what happens and still not be happy. Otherwise, you can go. It's cool. It's cool. But I'm going to do me. And I'm not going to tolerate people who are going to do intolerable things to me. And I'm not going to let people talk about people in a way that's problematic. Because I've had to unlearn ageism, ableism, all the type of stuff that people do. And I still will in this lifetime have to unlearn stuff. But just like my parents who are living the life that they have, like, we can all have the lives that we want without compromising. And stand on business. Like if you, like I've said before, in terms of people in their 30s, if you choose not to do something, if you don't want to do something, stand on business with it. But don't assume that just because you think that's what you really want, that's actually what life is telling you to do. Sometimes you missed the shot you thought I shouldn't take. You should have taken the shot. That's okay. your life works out the way it does. But I, again, I'm at a point in my life where it's like, I don't really have regrets. I mainly just have like becomings, unraveling, changing, rebirth, and ego death. So when you go through that cycle of ego death, rebirth, changing, growing and stuff, baby, you stop being scared. You stop being scared. You just live your life. But again, I have a Scorpio mom, so I'm not really scared of the darkness. I'm best friends with grimy topics, I guess. So it's why I have whimsy. Anyway, for those of you who want to scamper, I'm gonna change the category. We're gonna play a little bit of Final Fantasy 14. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That I don't need to do TED Talks anymore. We'll do more crafts next week. I don't have any craft streams for the rest of the week. I've popped up a few times, so I will finish this off stream. We'll do fancy spiders next time. I'll show you some of the more patterns. Before we go, though, I would share y'all the palette. So if I ever, make it as a streamer, it doesn't matter. But just like I'm telling y'all, I'm open. I'm open. So one thing I definitely want to do is make my own palette. And Amethy is the brand I was talking about, where look at the cover of this. This is so pretty. I'm probably not putting this in the camera the best. So if I'm screwing this up, I'm looking at this. Okay, there we go. I think I got it better in the camera. This is from an influencer. I bought this palette because I love the design on it. So if I ever made it in terms of my artistry, which I'll give myself time. Again, I say timelines, but I don't really stick to where I live my life. I just, I have what I would like to do, but I'm open. Shit can change, But whatever happens in the future in terms of artistry, if I can get to the point where I can design my own palette like this, I look forward to doing it. I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know where it's going to come from, but I genuinely would love to do something like this. So when I bought this palette, I was really excited because I was like, I've never seen something like this. Like, I've seen brands do stuff like this, like, Julia's Place and everything. But I would love to design a palette for, like, Black women and femmes, particularly in this type of, like, way. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know how it's going to happen, but I'm going to figure it out. And that's what I mean when I say, like, be open. Because if you'd asked me years ago, I would have been like, hell no, I'm never doing that. And now, well, we'll figure it out. If we've got time to live, we'll figure it out over time. But anyway, I'll stop yammering now. I'm going to switch over to 14. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. Why the heck am I already at 320 people? Where are you folks coming from, by the way? Thank you for all the follows. I appreciate that. And then, like I said, we're gonna wrap up pretty short, so it'll be a really short game part, but I did want to play some 14. So say goodbye to my hands. They'll be back next week. I'll do craft stuff. I'm very proud of my romantic color palette. And yeah, I might be back in nails. I don't know yet. It's creamy. We'll see. Plus, I got to kick my brother's ass, like I said, in Mario Sonic Crossword Racing. And I can play, my games with controllers in a thing, but maybe not. And also, let me make sure I get all the coins first. My nano neighbor's like, fam, you have not talked to me all stream. Click me one more time and I'll pretend I didn't like it. I'm crying. But okay, let's go to the just chatting screen and then we're gonna switch over. If you're not staying for gaming, don't worry about it. I appreciate you. My bots and stuff are working, so I'll be programming that more. If you are staying, like I said, we're just gonna do a short little Final Fantasy 14 thingy. Little bobber. So I'm gonna do a magic trick though. You haven't seen this version of me in a minute, so we're gonna disappear for a second. Gonna turn off everything. You should still be able to hear me, but you haven't seen this version of me in a minute, right? I know I tend to be my 2D self because like I'm doing stuff on stream, right? But remember, I'm still a VTuber, okay? As unpopular as that might be, because VTubers can be very strange. We're strange humans. Sometimes in the not great way, but, we haven't seen this version of me in a minute. But because we're doing this today, and because I told you I'd be back, I didn't forget. So, give me 1 second. I'm pretty transforming. It just takes a little bit to magical transform. And again, I'm setting up my thing to where it'll be an automatic, but don't worry about it. But yes, I'm still a VTuber. Still have a virtual version of me. But we are going to actually use our minimal overlay, even though it's already obvious a joke, not a joke for Final Fantasy 14. So, you know, I haven't been my VTuber self in a minute. I have not been that, but remember, I am still who I am. So, um, let me see. And thank you for your patience as I become my VTuber self, if that wasn't already the gag. In terms of shenanigans. Oh, well, let me see something. Maybe it's being goofy again. Maybe I just lied to y'all on stream. I don't know. Oh, I love when I set things up and then my thing's like, ma'am, that was a lie. And I'm like, what do you mean? That wasn't a lie. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe when I want to be my VTuber self, it's just like, no, not today. That's so strange. It was working the other day. Um, like, why would you do that? Okay, give me one more second. It might be. Um, you know what? I think I know what it is. I think I know what is happening in 4K. Yeah. Yep. That'll do it. That will do it. All right, let's try this one more time. There we go. I love whenever I like do this. My thing is just like, no. Oh wait, hold on. My configuring is always a time. It's always a time. So just for context, like I haven't brought my VTuber out in a minute, mainly because I've been spending a lot of time one doing co-working, so I appreciate that. But also like when I configure my VTuber, sometimes shenanigans do happen where like I've got to fix the toggling and everything where it doesn't stick certain it doesn't lock certain movements in my face. And so sometimes it does that and I'm just kind of like what's happening? Um that's why if you're a VTuber you know this like the hotkey sometimes that happens on my VTuber is so funny to me cuz I'm just like, "Ma'am, I didn't ask you to lock down like that." And then I do it by accident every time. Um okay. Wait. No. Why is my hold on. My okay, so I think sorry, my okay, so what's happening actually is it's doing this thing that it's never happened before where my mouth is not opening, so I might not be my VTuber self after all. Oh, my magic trick didn't work today. That's so funny. Let me try one more thing. Because let me restart my camera actually. I hope folks can still hear me too. Um I love how it is actually being goofy. Uh, that's so interesting. Let me see something. Can I do this? Oh, I think I know what's happening. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second, y'all. I am just trying to adjust something. I think my VTuber. I did that thing where I adjusted my settings in a way where my mouth doesn't open. I would do that. I would do that in real time. So even though like me, if it doesn't fix very quickly, it will just be my pixel self and wrap up because I know I'm supposed to wrap up around 10 ish. And well, it's kind of going left field already. Um okay, I think that made it even worse. I don't Oh, whoops. All right. You know what? I'm gonna fiddle with this off stream. Sorry about this, y'all. I don't know why my settings did this, in the way that they did, but I'm gonna have to troggle with this a little while because it's being goofy. So we're gonna be my pixel self. So we're gonna disappear for a little bit longer, and then we're gonna switch out. So I'm breaking my cardinal rule again. Oh my god, I've done this way too many times this entire year. It's so funny. But I'll be my pixel self. I mean, to make up for it, I will be my 2D self on Saturday. It's fine. This won't be co-working. So, troggling things, all the things. I hate those Samio. Where is my? Okay, there's that one. All right, there we go. Okay. Let me go back to the just chatting screen for a second so y'all can stop staring at my BRB screen and actually pop up as myself as a pixel version of me. There we go. Boop. Sorry about that. If I miss anything in the chat, that is my bad. I broke my model. I broke my model. Oh my word. It's so goofy. Thank you for the buy hands too. Yeah. Like I was trying to be all cute about it, and then I broke my own model. Well, I didn't break my model. So for those of you secret, if you're not a VTuber, VTuber models do tracking. I have a tracking system set up, and so I've adjusted my features because I always make the joke when I VTube that VTube Studio hates me because my eyes are really tiny, even when I wear my glasses. So it's really funny when I actually use my VTuber self because usually I have to, like people say, you have to emote and stuff, right? When you're puppeteering your VTuber. So what I have to do is I have to adjust myself because my eyes are so tiny. So VTube Studio is just like, hey, your eyes are small, so like you're gonna have to do something so I know you're like speaking. Which I'm like, VTube Studio, why would you do that to me? Um, but um, I also have to adjust my settings a lot for VTube Studio because of that. So I have like specific troggles for me particularly as my VTuber self, so that way like things work. But if something's off like it is right now, it's like off. I hope that makes sense because uh it's something sometimes where it should be an easy fix, but what tends to happen when I'm programming stuff for in VTube Studio is that if it's really off, it's just not going to be adjusted very easily. So that's why apologies. It took us a second longer than I wanted to because I was like, oh, it should be an easy fix. And then my brain's like, no, see, it's not. I'm like, oh, damn it. So, anyway, we're going to go to 14 now. So, just give me 1 second to change the category so folks aren't coming in here being like, ma'am, you're not playing Final Fantasy 14. I'm like, I was. I was. Also, if you're wondering, my MMO mouse has escaped me. So, I don't know what to tell folks right now. My friends know I've been looking for my mouse as I've been cleaning up things for the longest time, and I still can't find my mouse. So I'm going back to old school where like I dead ass I'm using a keyboard and mouse controller, which hurts me so much because like I play 14 so much better with my MMO mouse, but my mouse has gone missing, and I'm just like, ma'am, why would you run away at this juncture of my life? Why would you leave me alone? I thought we were friends. I thought we had something special type vibes. I'm kidding. But no, my MMO mouse decided to skip town, and she ain't coming back. She ain't coming back. She like, nah, sis, I don't care about you. I don't like you. You can catch these hands. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. I don't want to like get better at being a healer for all my friends who don't have to worry about dying in dungeons and all the things. Oh my gosh. Oh, I did type it in wrong. Sorry. Um, for most of my games, I have two-factor identification and a bunch of other stuff, so sometimes I have to be careful because folks remember the other day I locked myself out of my account when I was trying to give people gifts in 14, and I was like, oh my god, I would do that. I would fundamentally do that. There was an update for 14? Oh, it's a few minutes. Okay. I was welcome back from the ads. I've just been ranting about like my VTuber self and everything and all the other stuff too. So, you know how it goes. And while I'm waiting for that to load a little bit, I'm going to just get rid of some windows so that way the game, even if I don't have my mouse, I'll still be able to play for the most part. Let me just close some stuff out so my computer doesn't hate my guts for doing 50,000 things at the same time as playing a heavy game like 14. Because it will do that. It will completely go away. That's what happened when I was playing Sonic Crossroad Racing when I was like testing it out and stuff and replaying a little bit. I think the game just, well, it wasn't that. I think it was my PlayStation was just being goofy, and I was unprepared for that. So um let's see. Do do do. All right. I think we are almost there, so I'm going to go ahead and switch it over. Thank you for your patience as I get my thing going. Also, get rid of the task widget too, since we don't need that for right now. And then I will move my captions. You will see a new caption update hopefully this weekend. Just give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. A family member came in and asked me a question. Okay. Then, like I said, for Final Fantasy 14 streams going forward, I do have my minimal overlay because, like I've been saying all year, I do actually want it to where 14 won't be so distracting to look at on stream. Because I made VTuber needs to be adjusted, I am going to go ahead and just have it to where 14 in Monster Hunter Wilds and games like that, I'm going to try to do the minimal overlay because there's so many menu options as a heads up. So, uh, okay. But if you're not saying for 14, no worries. I appreciate you. If you are lurking and vibing, I appreciate you. As I get back to Eorzean shenanigans. It's been a minute. It's been a hot minute since I've sat down and played 14 on stream. And that's why my friends have been like, ma'am, if you don't get back over here, I'm like, all right, that's cool. I get it. I get it. I get it. Don't fight me. As people wait for me to get through Endwalker. You know? All right. I think. All right. I think we're good. Um, you should hear the illustrious Endwalker theme song that I know folks have not heard in a minute. And I'm also really sad that I will not be hearing this when I log in. I don't hate Dontrell's song, but it's not Endwalker. Like, Tails is my jam. Oh my god. And with the new expansion coming out probably next year, I'm going to be a hot mess. Just as an update in 14, I've been playing on and off essentially, but the most I can really update you on is that most of my healer classes are where they're at. I'm in my Halloween fit because there was the Halloween event. So I got some new outfits and everything. I love the bloomers on this, for example, because of the coloration. I want to do like a pumpkin thing. I need to change my fit though. Especially with the new update we're going to get, it's going to be lit in regards to like actually cross-pollinating outfits from different classes. I'm so excited. But I haven't done too much besides that. I do want to play as Pictomancer and everything in regards to 14 to level that up and do all the magical DPS classes. And then I'm going to do the crafter classes finally because I'm in my Animal Crossing era. I'm like, I could just go do things. except for maybe fishing. I don't know, y'all. I gotta ask my fishing 14 friends, like, how do you do it? But other than that, I mean, I'm just trying to get gear and just, having fun, enjoying life, being an Eorzean since, as of, I have played for 780 days. Or, let's see, I've been subscribed for 780 days. So how long is that? I've been playing for over 2 years now. So my anniversary for 14 was, I want to say, October. So I'm just super excited about that. Because that's what I mean again about, like, you just never know how life is going to go. Because, I told y'all I never thought I'd be playing an MMO in my I've always wanted to play MMORPG with friends and stuff, but I never thought I would get into 14. I never thought I would get as happy about playing this game. But this game has changed my life. Like, I wouldn't have met some of my closest friends in streaming. I wouldn't have, gotten more into probably fashion and makeup along with Infinity Nikki. Just a lot of stuff is connected to this game. And there's been some, bad stuff that's happened before, of course, but, 14 has changed my life. So I'm going on that thing of try something. You never know. Because if you told me I'd be playing an MMO consistently for 2 fucking years, I'd look at you like, huh, how? And with who? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm de facto leader of my FC, even though it's not really that. It's more shout out to Soul, who's still on hiatus. I'm just making sure our house doesn't explode. So I'm just the person who makes sure the house doesn't explode. Because if you don't log in every 30 days, they take your house away, and I don't want my friends and I to lose our free company abode. But that's what I mean. I'm 2 years into 14, so, and I'll probably be playing this game for the rest of my life. Just Monster Hunter Wilds is another community I really want to get more involved in. I really want to play more Wilds and just enjoy these types of games that are about being free and having fun, and I'm so excited for it, honestly. 14, especially I've talked about, came at a time in my life where I really think I wanted to meet people and just have fun with a game that reminds me of my childhood, as I talk about tactics all the time, and perfect timing. All right. Before we do anything, though, I need to go inside the crib. Hi, Genki! If you're wondering who puts up decorations in my home, it is me. Are you just gonna flex your healer swag at me, sir? Is that what you're gonna do in 4K? Hold on, let me adjust my windows. If you don't already know, Genki is officially a healer. They have become a sage. Look at this pretty person in this game. So, like I said, I wasn't going to play too long. I'm going to go in the house first, so I make sure every 30 days. When I log into 14, I log on to the game, so I don't get anybody killed, but, or we don't lose the house. I also am the person who's the party mom, where I'm we're all getting champagne and things to level up with for people's birthdays. So for those of you born in December, which is a few of you, you will be getting cake and ice cream like the rest of the people do all year. Don't play with me. And, Genki, are you rocking with me in regards to the story right now? As I go to the Northern Empty and feel my feelings and probably get smacked a little bit. I'm just gonna add you to the party. Yeah, so I'm like the friend who always tries to do stuff for people's birthdays. And because, like I said, I grew up around a lot of people, even though some people were not very nice about it, and weren't used to it, so they used to freak out and be like, "You're so weird because you care about people's birthdays," and I'm like, or I've just been around people who like the fact people are alive right now. So, just like that in real life, where I give people care packages and stuff throughout the year, sometimes not on their actual birthday, but when when their birthday comes up and I want to give them something similar to the you can bar people from your property? Sorry, I just saw that. I was so distracted. I was like, damn. You can ban people. Well, you can ban people, but I know you can ban people for your property. But either way, like in 14, along with my Fs, the folks who are officers, and of course, like my FC is full of just friends and mutuals. We all hang out and game together. We try to celebrate birthdays and everything too. You know, try to give each other cards and stuff. And in 14, like I try to like, you know, decorate. I'm not as good as some of my other friends and mutuals who like change up their whole like apartment or housing. But for example, I got to take down these decorations for Halloween because I wanted to. Okay, I might not take this one down. Whoever's in my FC, because like, look at the vibes of this. It's given fairy tale. So I sometimes will get items along with this thing. Like I put up decorations every year. I also have some Christmas stuff I got to put up soon. Actually, I got to go get my inventory too. I'll set that up this weekend. But either way, like I try to celebrate people in game as well. And just have some fun. So. Alright, Genki. I'm throwing it to the gauntlet. Genki just wants to flex their Sage mastery, which, you know, I'm here for. How do we get closer without this? I'm also the FC leader de facto right now, who is currently the one who ain't balling. All my friends could be sugar daddies and mamas with the way they have so much money in this game, and I'm just like, huh? They also do cool things, so, you know, it's fine. I felt like there should have been an easier way to get back here, but it's been a minute, so. So context of the story, as a reminder, I am in Endwalker. I am in the last set of queues for things. So I'm towards the last couple of quests, like the last quest line for Endwalker. We are really, really close to finishing this expansion. Which, if I get emotional and start crying about, don't be surprised. I'm just in my feelings because Endwalker's when I started playing Final Fantasy 14. So this is like a full circle moment that 2 years in, I'm almost done. So Genki's like, I'm not going to be a goober and not drive my motorcycle. I'm like, you know what? That's fair. I like to walk in this game, yo. But we are about to fling ourselves into the Ethereal Sphere, where we're going to be fighting, I do believe, Hydaelyn and a bunch of other wild things that I'm unprepared for. So I'm about to be in my feelings for at least like 30, 40 minutes before we wrap up stream. I don't know. We'll see. Let me check something. Okay, I don't have my MMO mouse, but I was just trying to test to see if I can do it on my PC, or say my keyboard, and I'm pretty good. And I do know between post Endwalker and Dawn Trail, I do actually want to do oh god, Pilgrim's Traverse. I keep thinking. Oh, you gotta queue up instantly? Hey. Genki, do you want to stay as healer? Okay, if I do this, I'm gonna break my rule where I'm just gonna be a healer all the way through. But Genki also is like legitimately wanting to play as Sage, so let me know what you want to do. I'm calling the squad. What? You're calling the squad? Oh, y'all pulling up to the party? Everybody pulling up? We're pulling up? Oh. I feel like they're coming by as Avengers. It's really cool. I'm at the point where like most of my friends who play 14, they're like, hey, we're pulling up. And as always, like I say, y'all, if you see me playing Final Fantasy 14 or Monster Hunter Wilds, you're welcome to join me on stream. You can also join me in a VC for those of you in the Cord. But if you're not, it is totally fine. You can just watch too. I have no problem either or. Do whatever feels comfortable. Don't ever feel pressured. Because to that point, Genki, I think I mean, I'm fine doing the 2 fights right now. Let me see where we are in the expansion. We were in her children and one and all. Damn, we got 2 of these back to back. Oh my god. I got to find my MMO mouse before the last couple of fights. We've got 2 dungeons and raids left. Well, 4 if we don't include these 2. They taking too long. They can watch the VOD. I'm crying, Ginky. Echo and Jinx, we love you. Okay. No slander. Do you want to say a Sage? Or do you want me to switch? I can switch to Do I want to eat the EXP? I could eat it. I don't know if I want to do a new dungeon. I don't want to know if I want to fight Hydaelyn as a Pictomancer. You want to hail? All right, fine. You know what? I know I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to play as Bard. I'm breaking my rule for Genki. The power of friendship. Look at my Bard. She's level 100. I'm not getting any XP. All right, but yeah, don't do that. What? I want to play a Bard. I don't want to be Pictomancer. Not against Hydaelyn. I'm going to die otherwise. So, we're just going to eat it. I don't care. I really don't care because, like, I mean, I know I'm breaking my rule, but, like, oh, it's an ad. Hi, Sammy. Hello, hello. I'm squishing your face. How you doing? Thank you so much. And also, y'all should check out Simi. I was watching him last night play Pokemon X and Y, which is really cool. Speaking of pixels, the pixel avatar is really dope. But if you aren't already following Simi, you should. I'm just saying. I'll finally reply. No worries. I understand. It's been a long week and everything and all that type of stuff, too. So you don't have to apologize. I appreciate that, though. It's all good. It's been a week. It's been a month. It's been a month. Is it weird I have the energy to socialize on Twitch, but not on? No, because I think in to be honest, I feel like it's easier to just pop up people's streams on Twitch and just say hi versus I feel like Discord feels like when you have to respond to text messages or DMs and it's just a different headspace. And that's why like I don't get offended because I feel like I treat Discord like text messages where of course I want to respond to people when I get the minute to actually sit down with it. But I feel like when you're someone streaming, it's like a difference between real time stuff versus like not. And so it's just different headspace. So you're fine. I think that's completely relatable. So you don't have to apologize for that. And welcome back from the ads. Just again, y'all should go follow Simi. My commands are working to where all the people do that I really appreciate and care about. You should go follow them in terms of things. I love my action groups working. But yeah, no, it's fine. Because I think again, I think it's a little different for Twitch versus Discord. But that's just me. Like I feel like responding. I'm the type of person where like I try to respond to messages and stuff, but it's the difference between like Discord, Twitch, and emails, or phone calls even. It's just a lot, and it has been a month. No, Ginky. Fine, then I'll play Picto. Just heal me. But thank you, Simi. I appreciate it. I will try to survive. This Final Fantasy is fun. Alright, I will be a Picto. Just keep me alive. Look at my Pictomancer and all. She's a baddie. Anyway, if I die, it will be alright. We'll make it work. Alright, let me queue us up. Wrong thing. Oh, am I not strong enough? Ew. I'm not strong enough as a Picto. Wait, what level I am? Oh my god, I'm level 88. That's so funny. I'm so goofy. Oh, I'm so goofy like that. Oh my god, I gotta level up my Picto. That's wild. Ginky, I'm really, you know what? Stay as a healer. I'm wasting it. I'm wasting it. I don't care. I don't care. Don't be mad at me. Throwing us in. Throwing us in. No! Wait. You don't meet the requirement? Oh, Ginky, your sage is not high enough. Oh, I'm crying. So I'm not high enough. My Picto and your sage isn't high enough to do this. Do you have... Oh, you don't play any other healers right now, right? Damn. I'm sorry. Here, I'll switch back to Scholar then. It's okay. Next time. As y'all know, I'm going to play healer predominantly in the main queue, but because friends want to... a lot of my friends are healers too, I'm totally fine doing another class. Alright, I'll throw us in. Ginky, as you keep leveling Sage, though, we can run through some of the Endwalker stuff as you as a healer, and I can just be a DPS. I don't have a problem with that. And welcome back from the ads, y'all. Hopefully this queue won't be too long. Me talking about we should do some things. Me running behind. And then even further, you know. Sorry, Dana Terrace, who is the person behind Owl House. They just saw it like, yo, pirate my show. I don't support Gen AI. And I'm just like, what? We don't support Gen AI in this house, okay? We don't. What do you mean there was an AI cyber hack? Bro, what? Oh my god, bro. I'm so over this. I love them. Yeah, Dana Terrace said it on Twitter, and I'm quoting them, so don't fight me here. Don't fight me. They said, Pirate Outhouse, I don't care. Fuck Gen AI. You know what? I'm not mad. Also, it's like what I've talked about before. There's a conversation to be had between folks who actually do like research in robotics and machine learning, and a lot of people will tell you that we have not gotten far enough in OpenAI in terms of the language learning models to ever compare it to actual brain chemistry and brain development. And this is somebody who I love neuroscience and I love Tron. But I can tell you right now that computational neuroscientists will tell you we do not have the technology right now to replicate a human brain. The most we can do is have models that are sophisticated enough to regurgitate information, do spam filters and things like that, but we do not have the technology of what people are trying to scam you on with this AI hype. So all I'm saying for you is that be very careful about what people try to sell you when it's what's actually possible versus not. Maybe in 20 years, but no. This has been a PSA from your friendly neighborhood scientist. And this is coming from somebody who likes health informatics. I'm just like, no, this isn't real. Now, I have friends and mutuals who are actually doing artificial intelligence research. That's not generative AI. And that stuff's really cool. And I will always talk about that every day, along with people who are actually engineers or computer science people. I grew up in a family of those type of people. But then my brain's like, they're trying to sell you sci-fi stuff that's not real. The fact we had a AI-led espionage thing is wild. What do you mean? That's bonkers. I'm so concerned. I'm so concerned. It's going to be a very interesting time. People do too much. All right, this Q, what's going on? Am I not destined to play 14 right now because the Qs are bad in Golem? I wanted to do at least one fight. Rude. I wanted to do at least one fight. Do some shenanigans. It's fine. Sometimes the queues could be really bad, unfortunately. Hi, Diggy. Welcome in. It's lovely to see you. Oh no, we have to play Rambo. I love Ella. How there's always like a concerted effort to get me to play Rambo on stream. I'm not mad about it. If it wasn't so late, I would be down. But I know, like, if I play Repo too late, I'm probably gonna give myself nightmares. But I mean, we were supposed to, as a Pinecone team, play Repo at least once a week. So we do need to play Repo actually, as a team, as friends. I'm so serious. I just wanted to play 14 because it's been so long, and I feel bad because, like, I do want to get through more of Endwalker and everything. Oh! Oh! Shit. As Telly would say, I love her. Shout out to Telly. Wake up, DBS! Wake up! Wake up, DBS! Wake up! Wake up, DBS! Wake up! You're not gonna wake up? It's always the DPS, man. I say as though I wasn't being picked up. Thank you! I'm low-key scared. Okay, this is my first time seeing this. I have no context, so I'm scared. What do you mean time to work? I'm scared. Oh.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Genki. Shit. Give me a second. Shit. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, jeez. That's what I mean when I need my MMO mouse, but it's fine. I'll keep us alive, because Rez is your friend. Oh. Oh. Oh, I didn't like that. What the f— Am I just not paying attention? Also, Genki, are you in the Discord by chance? I need to check that. I'm so sorry. I'm focusing and locking in to making sure we don't die, because I already got you killed once. Oh, sweet buttery Jesus. Oh my god. And when I mean to say that Endwalker is gonna try to kill you, I deadass mean that. Because look at the amount of mechanics that are happening. I'm like, oh! Keep me on my P's and Q's. Keep me on my P's and Q's. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. That is my fault. If I get a little quiet, it's because I'm trying to lock in. It's been a minute. Shit! Ah, damn it! Thank you. Shit.
ether. It will guide you.
If I can click on things accurately.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
I don't know what that means, but okay. Oh, this place is so pretty. Holy crap. Okay, I'm here. No! Why would you do that to me? It's hard to find shield and sword. I hate it here. Why would you hurt my feelings like that? Our friends are coming to help us. Oh my god, my feelings. Oh my gosh. All right, test my scholar abilities. This is why, again, you have to keep practicing in 14. Otherwise, if you get a little slow and cocky, they'll kill you. And I've let Genki die once. Can't have that happen again. Where do we go? Holy shit. Oh boy. Oh, I didn't like that. What the fuck is that? Ugh. Alright, there's another in and out. Running out of the way! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Ah! Did we just get shot into some light? What? Oh! Well, you know, I did say there would be some chaos. If you're wondering, I'm not my fastest without my mouse, but it's fine. Plus, I've only died once, so I'll take that as a victory. Because for folks who've been watching me for the last few years, like, I deadass would die at least 3 or 4 times. The fact that I'm, like, still pretty good at this, towards the end of this, I'm actually proud of myself. I jinx if I mess myself up to where I end up dying, it's okay. It's totally my fault. I don't know what's going on. Are we following Minfilia's spirit? What? There's so much happening right now. I'm so focusing on healing. I'm like, huh? What's going on? All right, let me pump up the jam. Pump it up by running. Running so my tank doesn't die. Oh, I didn't like that. Jesus. Also, again, as a reminder, I know I'm a little rusty because I don't have my MMO mouse and I haven't played 14 in a minute. If you're a mitigation healer, please make sure you mitigate so that, you know, that bar stack that happened to where he didn't get killed, you need to do that because Endwalker plays with you. Huh? Who talking shit?
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Amon the Undying? Oh god, okay. It's about to be on some BS! Let's go!
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
What the hell is that? I don't like that. I'm just going where y'all are at. I'm so scared. Oh. Oh, that isn't like that at all. Oh, God.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Final Fantasy 14, testing my life ever since I decided to be a MMO player. Oh, God. There's so much happening. Oh, my God.
What a boorish audience you are.
Oh, my God. 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 Holy shit. Ooh, wait, is it not over yet? Or did I jump too fast? Oh, God. I leveled up. Okay, I just... Hi, Hex, welcome in. Yeah, you just saw me do this fight that... I'm actually proud of myself, y'all. I have not played 14 as often, and the fact that I still have my healer kit set in my brain is I'm giving myself, like, victory claps. Even though, again, I shouldn't have let Genki die that one time, but deadass, like... It's that Meg Thee Stallion line, a bitch too baller, a bitch too player. Well, it's really the line, stress, press, I got it type of thing. It's one of her freestyles that I say a lot, but I'm feeling too baller right now. Oh my God. That was rough. I need my MMO mouse. That's hard to do again with keyboard and mouse again. Let me heal next time. Yes, I'll let you heal. I have to. I have to, Genki. But yeah, how you doing, Hex? Welcome in. doing a short Final Fantasy 14 shenanigans. But yes, when we run through that again, because I'm going to run through Endwalker. The Endwalker dungeons are actually a lot of fun. Yes, you can heal. I'd love to do those as a DPS to try to test that out, because that wasn't bad. Please don't take me to Hydaelyn fight yet. If it is, we're going to have to wait, because I know folks want to do Hydaelyn with me, I think. Because my bad, yeah, I forgot that, like, after we do this fight, we have to fight her next. Shit. I gotta grind my Sage out to 90. Yeah, if you want to do that, Genki, I'm fine doing Endwalker stuff as you play as Sage. I don't have a problem. Because I'm gonna level up all my healers pretty quickly anyway.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace.
I'll wait till the ad ends, Lord. And then I think I will wrap up after this too, because I didn't realize that these fights were back to back, or I forgot. Oh! Oh no. Sorry, I just saw another bird flu update. Well, wait till after the ads. But I think I will wrap up after this, unfortunately, because I didn't realize this was the Hydaelyn fight. And like I tell you, I try to time it to where my friends can come through to game with me. So what I might do is for the next time I stream 14, like I've been saying every time, is to make sure that everybody's available. Sometimes folks won't be, but yeah. But I did want to play a little bit, so that was the goal. And I love Final Fantasy 14 a lot. It's like I said, it's one of my favorite games of all time. So I will always love this game. Waiting till the ads to come back. Waiting for the ad. The ad is finishing. All I pretty much said is that, like, I want to do a wee bit of 14. I want to do a little bit more, but I also want to honor the fact that some friends and mutuals wanted to play with me in terms of the game. So, I know we usually call the troops, but I think folks might be just busy and occupied with other things. But what we'll do to make up for it is, one, like I always say, if I don't get to play longer, I will make just a purely 14 streams. I do want to do it my VTuber self, and because of the way that we're at for this part of the game, I do need to make sure the folks who want to do Endwalker, which I'll put this in the FC for those of you who are in there. If you want to do the last Endwalker content with me, the last dungeons and raids, I'll just put out a alarm out to the cord for those of you who are in it. So that way you can either watch, or if you want to join with me, because I think there's going to be 4.
Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
For those of you who want to join me for Endwalker stuff, and this just goes for anybody, I play usually with friends and mutuals, because the entire 2 years, the year and a half that I've been streaming, it's been fun to play with NPCs. I sometimes do with with players. It's even though I can do it with NPCs, 14 is fun when you play with friends. So, yeah. And as a reminder, Amon is Hermes, who let a AI named Medion, or you know what I'm trying to say, on a diabolical scheme to destroy all worlds, because when you ask artificial intelligence, which doesn't have sentientness, to actually get things, they go on a rampage and think that nobody deserves to live. So that's horrible right now. Doing all right. Was working on a character reference sheet. I got hyper fixated and kind of lost momentum working on goofy shirt design. I'm not even gonna use, so I'm here vibing now. Nice. That's awesome. One, kudos on the character sheet. And you know, if you change your script in terms of shenanigans, it's always good. I'm doing pretty good myself. I got a lot of my Lace project done on stream, and they're playing a little bit of Final Fantasy 14. Shout out to Genki for kicking it with me in terms of the story so far. But yeah, other than that, I can't complain. It's been a nice Thursday. Especially some of the things I'm looking forward to, and some of the ways that I'm like really thinking through some of the things I'm thinking through X. So, on that note of character reference sheet, like I've been trying to draw and practice things because I think I might have created an OC design. It's like a vampire, which is funny enough. But I'll talk more about that later because I do want to do some art streams as well. So, heck yeah, that's right. I'm glad your evening's been chill. Yeah, I think it's been pretty good. So, I do have to run some errands tomorrow. Earlier. But other than that, I can't complain. This week has been wild. Oh. Shit. Sorry, I got an update that we do have a human case of bird flu in Washington State. Shit. That's not good. Huh. I'll look into that after stream. Sorry, my brain does that thing with art where I hyperfixate and then science, and I'm like, oh, damn. I could do not all the rants about what my brain is doing right now, getting that information, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, what do I want to say? Do I recall your days as Hermes? I feel like I want to do the top one.
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Amon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth.
Drop It was the hottest bar of Linkin Park emo that you can. Go ahead, Amon. Go ahead and tell
I
me. Hit it.
served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall. To become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery?
I didn't mean to time it this way, but just... All right, Endwalker. All right. What's good? Welcome in. Oh, hey, how are you enjoying this dungeon? Welcome in, welcome in. It's lovely to see you. I'm doing good. This dungeon was actually fun to do. I'd do it again. It wasn't horrible. I think some of the dungeons I've done in 14 have been absolutely atrocious. That one was actually really cool. Hope you're doing well, by the way. Love to see you.
Without purpose or meaning.
I like the ones that actually have a bit of some mechanics, some like things where you got to run around, and then like some healer checks or like DPS checks. I don't like the ones where there's too many things going on the ground where I have to focus on healing, moving my character, and doing too much. But Endwalker's gonna try my life. But I would do this one 1,000 times, or not 1,000 times, but I would do this one again. It's actually pretty decent. So.
To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand.
Sorry, this is not a Popeyes or this is a Wendy's. Stop playing with me.
It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution.
Okay.
That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way?
Hi, Dayun. Welcome in.
After all these years. Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van still clinging to existence, I see.
Is that who I think it is?
You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls.
Is that who I think it is?
We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns.
You better not be who I think you're talking about, who you think it is.
you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Asahi?
Oh, why won't this man go away? I'm tired of this old man type vibes. Go away! Why? Every expansion, you will not leave us alone.
Very astute. But let me be clear. I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
All right, man. Whatever. You don't been here since Stormblood. All right? We killed you. You're still here. You're doing things. We're in Ethereal Sea. You're still doing things. I don't understand. What's happening?
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages.
That's so racist as hell. And you, okay. At least you consistently just messed up of a person, but that's cool.
If
Peace
I
back.
played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist.
You see how I say don't tolerate the intolerable? Because, you know, people might actually do wild stuff like this for free.
But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos,
Oh.
I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Sorry, the way they animate Asahi's face during 14 is just, they really go for the stretch to make him look absolutely wild as hell. Oh, so you mad about that?
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus.
Jesus. Okay, calm down there. Calm down.
Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Damn, I'm only halfway done with Endwalker as a whole. Oh, really? Dang. I guess we gonna beat both Drug and Do. And if I finish the expansion, got it.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was. For the monster I became.
And that's like a Tanjiro-like approach, but hear me out. I don't like Hermes. I don't like how he chose to go about things. At the end of the day, though, in terms of the story, he went the wrong way about asking what the meaning of life is. He just really went the wrong way with that. So maybe in another life, ask the right
I will
question.
not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
You see what I mean about when you think you know everything and then you don't? That's what I'm talking about. I didn't time this for this part of the game, but I'm just saying as a reminder, don't think you can't change your mind just because you think you're really certain.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
All right, bye, Asahi. Go do your thing.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
But I was like, bye, bitch.
You had not.
And I was like, bye. We don't like you here. Get off the table. Like, that was funny. I'm sorry.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Holy crap. Not mommy! I'm pausing because I saw the ads. I'm cracking up that everybody's like, mommy, mommy, like I'm crying. I know what y'all are. Welcome back from the ads. I'm just laughing because people are seeing Hydaelyn for the first time, which, for context of the story, the ancients became the different primals that we fought throughout this expansion. So Hermes was Amon, and Venat is Hydaelyn. Hydaelyn is the hear, feel, think. She is the mother crystal who's been technically helping us this entire time. And so we finally meet her in her final form, where Venat had so much, I think, drive that she became a primal who used to fight Zodiark, who we've defeated. So because Zodiark is gone, we are now in front of Hydaelyn, and the story is very climactic at this point. But I'm crying because Venat's a bad bitch. I'm sorry. That is a bad woman. Oh, I am not mad.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteion, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteion hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said. Once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteion reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream. Yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high.
Okay, you know what, developers of Square Enix, y'all cooked a little too hard. This is making me really emotional. Why did you do this? This is such great storytelling, but why? Oh my god, I'm going to end up crying during this expansion.
Lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Like, just, dang, that was such a good scene.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
And I know that was intentional because we're at the end of Endwalker. That whole thing she just did was so emotional. Also, her primal form, I love this. I love Hydaelyn. You know, I had so much smoke for her.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back.
For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, The question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
I gotta save this fight for next time. I'm getting so emotional. Oh my god. Okay, so we're gonna stop it here. That was a baller scene. Oh my god. We're gonna end it here though. I have to do this fight with friends. This is making me so emotional. Oh my god. Damn, we gotta fight Heidelin. Shit. She is also cool as hell looking. But we're gonna stop it here. We're gonna stop it here. So let me switch it to the Just Jennings. I'll still be in game for a second though, because I want to do some stuff at 14. So first of all, for those of you who've been hanging out with me, thank you so much. I know I ran later and my scheduling has been off for the last couple of streams. I do appreciate folks who've been kicking it, hanging out with me. They looked at Mel and said we could do better. I'm crying at the oh my god, bro. Yeah. If the Heidelin fight has more than 4 slots, yes. Let me see. I think it does. It's an 8-person raid dungeon, right? Yeah, it's 8-person. So I'm gonna save this fight, and I'm actually thinking for next week I will actually have just a pure Final Fantasy 14 stream. So I'm going to figure out the day. It might be early next week, but I'm getting that thing that I do since I've been streaming 14 where I really just want to get through more of the story. That was phenomenal, and I love how, as I was saying, where I was like, you know that thing where you think you know stuff, and then you find stuff, and then you do things you never thought you would do, and then you push forward and succeed and whatever. That was, you see how life is serendipitous like that sometimes? Well, I didn't even know that was happening. I had no context for this. But it also reminds you that quote from Victor from Arcane about the pursuit of perfection. There's no prize to perfection, only an end to pursuit. So that's what that part reminded me of. But anyway, if you want to join in, I will probably check in with folks. I will drop it in Discord for those of you who aren't in there. I will probably set up my stream specifically for this on YouTube for folks who want to come by. But I'm thinking, honestly, I might. Oh. Here, let me whisper it to you. I got you. Let me whisper it to you. I have a Discord for me friends who play 14, so let me. Give me 1 second, I'll send it to you in just a moment. Here. That way you will know when this is happening. Only hands. Okay, I just whispered it to you. Let me know. But I'm gonna figure out a time when most of my folks are available. If you want to do the fight with me, we're gonna do Heidelin, and then I think there's one more dungeon and one more party up before I'm done with Endwalker. So I would love to do that with friends. I'm so emotional right now because the story for Final Fantasy XIV is amazing. And as you saw with Hermes, only hands, listen, it's real. Knowing so much and thinking you know everything to where you don't think you wouldn't change your mind about something is a recipe for disaster, as Hermes learned the hard way. And that's going along what I said. It's like, don't ever act like you won't never do anything. I know people will probably get sick of me saying that, but again, sometimes you go down a rabbit hole, you never know. And people are like, well, you can't just say that to me because I've made a decision. I'm like, I didn't say if you've made the decision, all I said was be open to it. That's all. But most of me and people from my people and community, we've just been like, I would never do this, and then we did it. And it's like, maybe I would never do this and do that. But anyway, point of the matter is, the timing of that in terms of Hermes, Amon, seeing Asahi again was wild. But Final Fantasy XIV is phenomenal. The story is amazing. I know people are mad because Dawn Trail is not where it needs to be, but to be honest with you, I genuinely think the more I get through Endwalker, the more I'm like, we needed a time to chill out, There's way too much stuff going on. I'm glad we got a break after this expansion because Endwalker is too much story. It's really good. I love the last decade of storytelling, but God, I need a break. I need a break. There's so much happening. We have to save the world, all types of stuff. But anyway, thank you all for joining me, whether you watch me morning, afternoon, evening, whether you lurked or watch the VOD. That'll be over up on YouTube, especially for those of you who do keep up with all my Final Fantasy shenanigans over on there. Again, we won't be back tomorrow. I will not be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming on Saturday. I'm going to check in with some folks in terms of shenanigans. We're going to be doing some fun games with friends and mutuals in terms of shenanigans. And then Sunday is going to be Bomb, Funk, Cyber Rush. I said that wrong. I don't know why I keep saying the game wrong. I love the game. Bomb Rush, Cyber Funk. Okay, I did get it right. Maybe not. But we're going to play that on Sunday before Valor Rangers. But either way, we're going to raid out. We're going to go see who's available. Who is doing the thing right now? Who is watching the show? I mean, not watching the shows. Who is doing shenanigans that I can send you off to? Oh, I saw somebody's playing Mario Kart World, but I don't. From Pinecone, but I don't want to spoil. I'm holding so hard on not spoiling anything from Mario Kart World, so we can't do that. I do believe, though, let me check. There's a cool feature in Mix It Up, by the way, which shout out to Corson for telling me this, where if you're on a stream team, you can actually figure out who's streaming based on that. And, you know, like, it'll help you determine things. I think that's a really cool feature that I did not know existed. So I'm actually really grateful that's a thing. I just have to find where it is on the menu, but, you know, who from my teams is streaming right now? Who can I rate out to? I think we're going to actually send you off to, I think Retro Mary VT is streaming right now. Yeah, they're playing, they're playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm trying to see, though, how long they're going to be streaming, though. Because they've been going for a minute, so I don't want to rate them if they're going to end soon. I think they're not going to end soon, so I'm going to go send y'all off to Mary. Mary is a multiplayer variety streamer and an LGBTQAI two-spirit activist with focus on playing games, interacting with their viewers. They usually stream on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They're a really cool person. They play like JRPGs, puzzle games, fighting games. Very thoughtful, very inclusive. So I think we'll go ahead and send y'all off to them, who's playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So if you are not on YouTube, I will drop the username if you'd like to write over on Twitch. If you don't want to do that, that's fine too. I get not everybody likes to switch platforms in terms of shenanigans. I get it. It's fine. But shout out to my YouTubers. Y'all know who you is. That is Mary's username in the chat. If you'd like to jump over, excuse me. If you're over on Twitch, I will start the raid message so we can go catch them. I'm pretty sure. Shenanigans. Wait, Ella, did I say something wrong? Wait, Ella, did I say something wrong? Oh, wait, are you referring to the thing? Welcome back to the ads where, like, if you actually, yeah, there's a feature in Mix It Up where you can get your team members on your streams to be able to raid into them. It's a really cool feature. So, and then again, to remind, yeah, the Mix It Up thing. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. It's, if you go to, I can show you anytime when you're free. It doesn't have to be right now. But if you go to Mix It Up and go to channel, if you go scroll down past your channel info and that's find the channel to raid feature, it has followed channels, but it also has team members. So Mix It Up knows who's on your teams if you are on stream teams and things. And so Corson showed me it to where it'll sort through and yeah, I'll show you it later, of course, but you know, describe it again and then we'll talk about it later. It'll show you who is available, who's streaming from the stream teams or groups you're connected to, which I think is a really cool feature personally. So I will definitely be using that in the future, along with, just sending off to different streamers that I enjoy and lurk like I did with Manda and folks I don't necessarily talk to. But I just try to be brave and be like, yeah, let's go hang out with some folks. But alrighty, y'all, I'm gonna start the raid message. For those of you who are not subbed, it actually doesn't really matter. The Magic and Shanann is here. I have so many thoughts about Endwalker. I get why all my friends are like, I'm waiting for you to get into Endwalker, because I get it now. I really do. This expansion is so good. It's so worth. My big thing is, please play Final Fantasy XIV. I'm begging people to play this game. I don't know how the hell you cook for 10 years this well, but to have an epic novel of a game this way, I don't have anything else to say. If you don't play it, I just feel like you're missing out. It's so good. I've never been so like, Jesus, 5D chess. Like, I'm actually really emotional about it. I won't shut up. But anyway, there's the raid message for those of you who want to join in on the raid to Mary to go watch some Yu-Gi-Oh! And this is the raid starting. So, again, thank you all so much for joining me, whether you're watching morning, afternoon, evening, whether you're lurking, watching the VOD. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you appreciate seeing some of my lace. I'll probably do some off stream and just hang out for a little bit, so I'm going to work on some stuff. But I hope to let y'all know in regards to stream stuff for the next Final Fantasy XIV treatment. Probably will be next week. I'll probably ask if folks are free to be able to play through the expansion with me. I do want to do the Highland fight with friends. I would do it as a white mage, but unfortunately, I leveled up my white mage too much, so I'm sitting here like, see, don't do that again. But we have another expansion coming, so we'll be fine. But either way, don't lick doorknobs. Stay safe. Stay well. I'm going to look into this bird flu thing that just popped off in Washington State, which means that if we have bird flu, COVID, pneumonia, flu, and monkeypox, my brain doesn't want to do that right now. Just stay safe out here, y'all. Stay safe out here. Please be careful. With great power comes great responsibility, so please enjoy. I'm going to corral the troops and check in with some folks. And I know for those of you who play Marvel Rivals, we have things to do this weekend, okay? That's not changing. I'm just letting you know. Anyway, thanks for kicking with me. I'll see you. If I don't see you Saturday, I will see you on Sunday. If I don't see you on Sunday, I'll see you somewhere on the internet. If I don't see you then, I'll see you somewhere else. But thank you so much for the kudos. Thank you so much for the magic, the follows, the support, and the love. Stay magical, be great, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye for now. Huzzah, huzzah!